Because I took a picture with him like museum.
for a cup for Division 2. As we just witnessed there, we unfortunately lost one of our long-standing umpires in the country, Mr. Sean George. Our condolences go out to Sean George and his family, or to Sean George's family in this terrible moment. We wish them everything of the best from the entire cricketing world. We just witnessed a moment of silence for him. Morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Welcome back to the Kimberley Oval, the home of the Northern Cape Heat. Just a little quick catch up. Bashir Walters starting the morning from the Samaria Road end, continuing where he left off at the end of day one, dismissing Sitimbela Langa for no runs. We currently have Bashir Walters continuing from the Samaria Road end, bowling to Tian van Vieren.
Gerard, we spoke yesterday or throughout the day about Bashir Walters deserving those wickets. And during the last session, he got those wickets, and an incredible good thing for him. Do you think he can continue that form in this last, let's say, the tail of the night? Do you think he can continue that form throughout this spell?
I definitely do, Ulrich. I think it was an outstanding decision by Captain Ernest Kim to bring him back into the attack when he did last night. Um, obviously reaping the rewards, taking that second new ball, reaping the rewards instantly, getting that early strike this morning. I see no reason why he can't bag himself a 5 here.
And I want to say, you know,
As we see Bashir readying himself for the next delivery here, the last one of the over. As that is well left. Good content there by the batsman. After that over, the Knights are on 329 for 9 after the 96th over.
We have continuing from the country club end, we have Ernest Kim. Straight up, chance. Just short of the man at long on.
Gerard definitely looking to attack the bowlers. Do you think that is the right approach at this stage of the game?
We had this chat yesterday, Ulrich. That's the bowler way. They're not gonna hang around. It's bowlers. There's not much they can do. Oh, a bold. Oh my
Good
goodness.
turn there.
What a ball by Ernest Kim. What a take by Hanuful.
Gerard, we spoke yesterday about those quick hands that Hanu Viljoen has, and there it comes to show that as a keeper, you need to have the reflexes behind the stumps, and it definitely paid off there.
Yep, I agree 100%. That bringing the end to the ITEC Knights innings. They end on 330 all out after 96.2 overs. Pick of the bowlers, Bashir Walters, 20 overs, 5 maidens, 50 runs, 4 wickets. See you guys soon for the Northern Cape Heats innings. As we get ready to start the innings of the Northern Cape Heat, opening up the bowling for the ITEC Knights, we have Dane Pitt, and he's going up against Jason Oakes and Captain Ernest Kim. Ulrich, exciting times ahead. We were speaking about wanting to see or waiting to see Dane Pitt bowl on this wicket, considering that there is quite a bit of turnout there. What's your thoughts on this?
Gerard, I definitely think it is a bold statement to make this early in the innings, and if it pays off for them, I definitely think it's going to pay off big time. But if it doesn't pay off, we know Jason Oakes has that quick hands of his, and that might come into factor here. Spin versus quick hands, it's always an interesting conversation to speak about. So we'll definitely see some big statements being made here again between the two.
Yeah, I agree. It's a little bit surprising to me that they've gone with spinner to start the innings.
Gerard, they might have seen these last few overs, the turn that Inskem has got, and thought to themselves, whilst it's there, let's capitalize on this. Let's see what we can exploit out of the wicket as he runs in now. See, they're squaring off the bats, and there might be something in it for him here. I think it's a good choice thus far. With the first ball being bowled, it is quite premature to make that decision, but I think thus far we can see an interesting spell here from him.
Ooh, outside off of the bat again.
As we know, Jason Oakes having that open stance of him, quite unconventional. Will that get him into trouble here?
We'll have to wait and see.
As that is it through the leg side region, they'll only get one off it.
This is the matchup, Ulrich. This is the matchup.
Gerard Ernst famously known as the wall between his teammates, amongst his teammates rather. Uh, he is quite a calm batsman, as you said earlier yesterday. He does have that calm demeanor, a good head on his shoulders. Do you think this matchup might frustrate one of the two?
This is definitely the matchup to watch. As we know, spinners, whether it be orthodox spinners or wrist spinners, prefer bowling to batters when the ball's turning away from the bat. So this is going to definitely be a challenge for Ernest. That's the end of the first over of the Northern Cape Heat innings. They are currently one without loss. Tian. Tian. Opening the bowling for the ITEC Knights from the Somalia Road end, Tian van Vieren. Ulrich, as you were saying, it's a bold move by coach JP Krieger and captain Patrick Botha to start with the spinner. It could potentially be a deciding factor in which way this game leans.
I definitely have to agree there, Gerard. And I think we spoke about egos yesterday. We spoke about the pride between the two unions. That's definitely come into play. And knowing that Dane Pitt is an international level spinner, he is hard to play. He's a tricky character to figure out. Definitely that comes into play and a good weapon to have in your arsenal as a team.
Yep, it definitely plays a little bit of mind games on the in the batter's head as well. Tian van Vieren starts with a short one. Iemand daar sit vir daai fliek. Nice, hy's bietjie van 'n kompas of fliek op die bene en hy slaat dit in die lug in. Ooh,
As we see that one travel down leg. Jason Oak's quite good with his hands, but that might get him into trouble here.
oh, hy's die left-arm orthodox spinner.
Ngungu.
Mondi, ja.
Mm.
Dink dit was hy sien ook hier. Ooh, nice and close to the gloves there. It's the worst way to get out that. You don't want to get a fine tickle on that.
Hy het teen ons gespeel toe ons skot.
Ons het regtig baie variation in maar is altyd nice as jy iemand het wat dit ook kan wegdraai van die bat van die rugby af. Van Pat, Aubrey, Sharky en Pietie almal gaan aan die right hand draai. Dis nice om dit daai enetjie te hê.
That is hit down to third man for one. As we've seen here thus far, the plan is to attack Jason Oakes on that leg side, get either the fine tickle on the gloves or fine tickle off the bat and strangle him down leg.
Yeah, Ulrich, I'm just gonna make the point I made yesterday as well. Tian van Vieren's been a little bit on the shortish side thus far. And we've seen Bashir Walters do extremely well once he got the ball up to the bat. I just think for the ITEC Knights that they need to identify nice and early on that it was difficult when the ball was pitched up and look to get that ball up there to the batters.
Gerard, as a batsman, once, let's say, for example, you're in Isaac Khale's shoes, you've experienced the period of the day, first session, second session, and the last session. Do you go to the bowlers and you tell them, listen, these are the links that are working? You sort of involve yourself in that bowling unit and you tell them, listen, get it up to the bat. These are the areas I struggled with. And you obviously see the areas that other players are struggling with. And you tell them, listen, these are the areas. This is where we need to bowl.
I'm pretty sure he did do that, Ulrich. They have an experienced bunch of guys in that ITEC Knights team. I'm sure they would have identified that. As we saw, the very first one he got to Ernest game was nice and full. Here we go again. That's the end of the second over. The Northern Cape Heat are 2 for no loss. Time pit continuing to Jason Oakes. Ooh. Little bit of turn and bounce over there.
I definitely think the ITEC Knights are looking to use what's left in the wicket thus far, using it early on, exploiting those areas and trying to get those few early wickets before the first drinks break.
Yep, without a doubt, Ulrich, that's what they're looking to do. I'm sure they saw how the new ball behaved, and they want to strike with that new ball. Keer hom dood. Mm. Ooh, the end of the third over. The Northern Cape Heat are three without loss. Sodat ons nog 'n bietjie momentum kry. Sodat alles limbo net so. As te laatmiddag was net geweest. 'n Blaas hierso van so 'n subtiele. Or if it's got to be some sort of a ploy to Jason Oakes to bowl the ball nice and straight into his hips. Assuming they must have done some homework for that, as we see a leg gully come into play there.
Definitely has to be Gerard. As we see that one fling past into the keeper. Nice carry there. We spoke about bringing it up to the batsman, letting it hit the bat. Might this be just Van Vuren trying to get that one that goes into the hips, just being the odd one, rather than just doing it every ball and
Yeah.
Jason Oakes getting settled. Now he's bowling it, asking Jason Oakes, listen, hit me there. I've got my fielders there. There is going to be the field that's going past outside off. Might that be another game plan for them in play here?
Yeah, you can see there's some sort of thought process that went into this. Ooh, the thing is, you also just don't want to overthink the whole thing. Um, and obviously start with all these things and let them get away from you. Because, like I said yesterday, if you look how it played, it's very spongy. Um, and like drivable length is definitely the moeilijkste te speel. Ooh, there we go.
Gerard, Jason Oakes definitely has a unconventional stance and something that coaches would not like to teach. But thus far this season, seeing how many centuries he's hit, that has been working for him. But thus far, that one going down leg, one of his strengths is as of normal. But now seeing he's just struggling there, getting it off just the tip of the bat there, just down to third man. Do we see him change up something in his setup, rather whether it be the processes or anything?
No. He won't change his setup. He's one of those guys that's what's worked for him his entire career. He's been batting like that for years. I think it's just indicative of how the wicket's playing, Ulrich. It it is a little bit poppy, so maybe that's why it's finding the inside half of the bat. But there's no way he'll change. That's how he bats. Not the textbook way to bat, but I think what's important is if you watch his head is very, very still when the ball's moved. So that's as long as the head's still, he'll be okay. Los ook so.
Ook weer die bek.
Het ook vinnig aan. Harde aan, maar vinnig aan.
Op die hande.
Nee, kop. He was so, ooh, pitching outside leg. That would look like it just pitched outside leg slightly. Not a bad shot though.
Definitely, Gerard, his stance makes it incredibly hard for umpires to make the call whether it's out or not. So that definitely comes into play here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, Ulrich, but could clearly see that one just pitched outside leg a little bit. Close one though. But that's definitely where the seamers need to be. Get the ball up there. That's what's caused the most problems. Ooh, there you go. Same thing. That's hard. You could see yesterday as well. And even this morning also the couple that bashed ball, it's still popping from that foolish length. So bowl, even if you must bowl a couple of half volleys, let them drive.
As we see Van Vuuren readying himself for the next delivery. I don't think he's going to change anything where the ball is placed. Let's see what he does here.
Outside off of the bat, straight to gully, stopped by our Centurion, Isaac Dikale. That brings an end to the 4th over. The Northern Cape Heat are currently 6 without loss. That's because these things. Where you last night? Where you guys staying? Oh,
something like that.
Monday Manor,
Yeah.
on the opposite the Spur.
Yeah.
Nice place, yeah. They used to when they were, I don't know where they stay now, but when they were still a Division 1 team, whenever they played in, well, at that time when it was still the franchise system, they used to stay there all the time.
And
The nights, yeah. Because remember they were always based in Bloem, but because the franchise was split into 2 teams, which was obviously South Griquas and Free State, they would play half the home games there, other half here. Then they would stay there. Obviously, the guys that are from Kimberley would stay at home.
Yeah, stay there.
A lot of them just seem to be sliding to earn it at the moment. But if he gets one to bite. Oh, chance! Squirts over a point.
Gerard Dainpie definitely asking Ernst and challenging him here, telling him, listen, hit me. There are men outside. That one just over the head of point. But I definitely think this is going to be, especially with Ernst, it's going to be an interesting challenge between the two. And it'll be interesting to see who wins the battle here today.
No, it's definitely going to be an interesting challenge, Ulrich. Ernst generally quite good over extra cover. The shot we've seen him play now is generally his go-to shot in order to get a boundary. I'm not too sure if he was looking for a boundary there or looking for one. It looked like he was looking for a boundary. Just poor execution. Back to the north. Baie sterk so. Wat altyd oor daarvoor. Especially die Western Orthodox van is. Of die office. Dat hy altyd so. Maar daai enetjie het hy net so 'n bietjie gelig toe hy wil slaan.
As we see them bring a man over under the helmet, this might play into the head of Ernst here.
And another slip.
As we definitely see Ernst try and change the direction of which he defends the ball. This might get him into trouble here. It's just a speculation, but definitely an interesting thing this early on in the game.
It's good thinking from Dainpie. Keep the batter guessing all the time. That is also the final ball of the 5th over. The ITEC Knights are 8 without loss. En ek kom vat my bloody wypies. So dis sê ek self van gister. Jy moet hom skoon maak aan die binnekant.
Ek is daarom
Ek like jy. Stel dan. Like kies jy daai.
Ek het nog nie die kabel reg gebring nie.
Ek tipe al nie my sak. Kan was my sak sien dan so nie. Daar sien. Daar is daar.
As we see Van Vuuren ready for his next over here to Jason Oakes.
Whoa!
That one just...
That's the length. That's the length the Van Vuuren should be looking to hit. That's the one where it just misbehaves a little bit. I think as we saw yesterday from the Northern Cape Heat, they didn't hit that length consistently enough. And eventually when Bashir Walters came back there at the end of the day and he got that second new ball, that's where he hung around, and it eventually paid rewards.
I definitely agree there, Jaron. I think from the ITEC Knight standpoint, that awareness that they had to look at where they're hitting the areas where it's troubling their batsmen, the bowlers taking that in, going home last night thinking, okay, these are the areas I need to hit, and coming out here today and definitely hitting those areas thus far.
Oh, bold. Bold. That's uncertainty.
Mm.
That's just a little. Ooh, should I? Can see in the way he defended, like the body was up like that. Not too sure whether what to really do there. No, we brought this from. But there should be some. Somebody brought it. There should be in the fridge. Just check there. I don't know if there's any glasses there though.
Mm-mm. So we see another one
Very
pitched
good.
up there. Gerard, this stage yesterday when the Knights went into bat, we could see the score. Comparing these two, they are quite different. Being 8 for no loss and then being, if I'm taking a guess, at least 22 at this stage. Do you think it's just the areas that the Knights are hitting are far better this early on than what the ITEC Knights, than what the Heat did?
Look, I think to an extent, but you gotta understand as well that the batters are very different. In in the ITEC Knights team, you have a guy like Jacques Snyman opening the batting for them that generally bats at about 70, 80 strike rate, and that's the way he's batted for his entire career. Whereas Ernest, obviously, has the nickname the Wall. He's the one guy that the Northern Cape Heat depend on to bat 60, 70 overs. That's what he's done. That's what he's very good at. Jason Oakes as well. He's a guy that looks to bat for long periods of time. So it's just the approach of the batters and how different they are. Ooh. I wouldn't be surprised to see that leg gully come into play. Gotta get it shorter than that though. 'Cause that's like a basic defense there. But as soon as you gotta look to like fend like that, then there's gonna be a little bit of trouble. Ooh. Koppiekie gaan, so bietjie. The end of the sixth over. It's a maiden by Tiaan van Vuren. The Northern Cape Heat are still currently 8 without loss. Dink Piet gaan heeldag bal van die kant af. Oh,
And it gone.
because this turn, but it doesn't seem like this turn to the left hand on this side at the moment. But on that other side, jeez. And it's so surprising to see that because there was turn yesterday also. On day one already, no ways. I'll be honest with you, that's going to sound really short now because obviously he's international cricketer. But I think he's going to be the difference in this game.
Dane Pete continuing from the country
Because
club side end.
see, didn't exploit this yesterday because he was bowling flat and quick. Whereas Pete will play around with his bloody field.
As you see, the first ball of that delivery as a dot. Can definitely see Dane Pete varying his deliveries, changing it up, giving some of them a bit of flight, darting some of them in. Definitely a good thing to see from a spinner.
Yeah, playing with the line also a little bit. Looking to hit the stumps most of the time, but I'll just alter the line slightly. That one just a little bit too straight, tucked away on the leg side by Ernest Kim.
Is Milo no.
Oh, oh, reverse sweep by Jason Oakes. Wonderful placement.
Coach is definitely speaking about hitting your shots, playing to your strengths. That's definitely a strength here from Jason Oakes, and it comes to good fruition here.
I tell you what, Time Pete wouldn't be too unhappy with that. I don't like the right sound of the microphone. Really?
Yeah,
I don't like
we
it.
spoke about it last night.
Oh, down the track by Jason Oakes. Slightly to the left of Jacques name on that short mid wicket there. Down the ground for 1. But I've only done this one tournament before. I did it for sports schools with that after tournament. And nervous as yeah.
No, but she's doing pretty well so far.
This is my first time.
Yesterday was his first time.
Is it? Wow. You guys are doing really well.
Watched a lot of very good commentary in my life.
The thing is, like with T20 cricket and one-day cricket, everything happens fast, man.
As we see Van Vieren readying himself for his 4th over here. Definitely the man for the job here, seeing as he's pitching those balls up, getting the batsman to play at them. Is definitely looking to bag himself a wicket here on the one.
Oh, a little misfield there from Matthew Pollard. That one goes through his legs all the way to the boundary for 4. Once again, Ulrich, I don't think Tiaan van Vieren will be too unhappy with that. Not really in control of the shot, squirted away, just bounced just short of Pollard on the drive once again. I think the bowler is definitely the happier of the two players there.
I have to agree, Gerard. And just to add to that statement, we as cricket players speak about getting the batsman to drive. That will definitely be a standout moment for the bowling unit. Seeing that the batsmen are driving, obviously slips come into play, covers come into play here. It will be interesting to see what follows up.
Ooh, where did the leg gully go to?
Because Winnie slips.
Near a short leg. Die leg gully het uitgekom en op de short leg ingesit.
Ja.
Dat was weer short leg.
Dat was short leg. Ja. Kali.
Oh. Nee man.
Ja. Dat was goed.
Can you remember if there was a short leg the previous over?
I don't know.
Oh. Good line from Tiaan van Vieren. Good length as well. I think he should just settle in there. Something's going to happen from there. Maybe a touch on the straight side, but definitely eating the stumps on a foolish length. So do you guys travel the country and do like all these games and stuff, or how does it work?
Yeah, we usually travel, but we usually would have like a crew like this in every travels.
Okay. And obviously the commentary is only for about Tiaan van Vieren. The commentary is obviously only for in this case like final.
Yeah.
Because I remember
No, but it does one games, not does one. Yeah, sometimes it does one games, but then most of the time T20s and 50 games you would have commentary.
on pitch machine.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, T20s usually.
I know when I was at the Heat 2 years ago when we played in the final of the T20 competition, I know there was commentary on that. Shot. Wonderful shot by Jason Oakes. That one just a little bit on the foolish side from Tiaan van Vieren, slightly too full. Jason Oakes leaning on that one through the covers for 4.
And Gerard, as a batsman, you don't like to miss out on those fuller balls, and Jason Oakes definitely cashing in there.
Yep, that one just a little bit fuller than the one that squirted past point early on. So NC was in much more control of this one. But I tell you what, Ulrich, I said this a couple of overs ago. I don't mind seeing a couple of off volleys like that. If you want to get it wrong like that. It's fine. Let them get the boundary. but that's going to bring you in the game as soon as you get that, pull that length just a little bit back where you find that danger area. There you go.
Good readjustment there from Van Vieren.
Very good comeback from Tian. Ek roep die mense op as die eerste name hierso. So right.
As we see the last ball of this over being bowled.
Oh my word! Ulrich, as I just said, a couple of balls earlier, you don't mind them driving because the way of the wicket is playing, there's always a chance of something like that happening. What a delivery.
Tian Van Vieren definitely licking his lips after that delivery, knowing where to hit his lines, knowing where to bowl. He definitely will be fired up for his next over.
Sure, that one jagged and it just took off. Uit op binnekant. Oh, ball of the morning.
Definitely. As we see in Dane Pitt continuing from the country club end.
We also see that point fielder just moving a little bit deeper, taking into consideration what happened with the chance from Ernest Kim in the previous over. This time trying to be prepared for that one that when he looks to go down the track and just miscues it. Clever field placement.
That one hit straight to the deepish point region. They'll drag it for one. So we see Jason Oakes getting ready to face Dane Pitt here.
That's perfect weight on that shot. Because I was just thinking now, if he hits it too soft, they'll cover. Sharky would cover it, or Mondi would be able to cover it. And if he hits it too hard, it's going to get him too quick for them to run. So he just weighted that on perfectly. Ulrich, they just moved Shark's name a little bit straighter now. It's also because of that Jason Oakes playing a couple there, 1 or 2 overs ago. He also went in the air a little bit there. And then he picks the gap perfectly. Big chase. Oh,
That's
wonderful effort from Tian Van Vieren, but unfortunately it still beats him. Wonderful placement by Jason Oakes. It gets the Northern Cape Heat another boundary. Nice goeie placement.
Hy bring ook 'n monstruiter te bring. Of hy een wat net pop.
Ooh, good comeback from Dane Pitt. Maar jy sien, ons is gedesign om straight te slaan soos daai vir daai een en nie daar te slaan vir die een nie. So wat hy nou maak is hy wil hê hy moet die handjie so kry 'n bietjie breek om daar aan te gaan vir een en daai bring daai man in play en dan.
You see that one just hit a bit in the air. We'll take the one. Dane Pitt closes his over there. The Northern Cape Heat are 29 for no loss after the 9th over.
Don't be surprised if next over we see 2 more wickets. Sharky straighter, somebody else. I don't know where they're going to get the guy out. Because unless he takes the backward point out and says to him, okay, if you want to go for the reverse sweep. I'll leave that open. And then get the point out and get 2 more wickets in there.
For hom sou ek deepish point oorbring.
For Ernest.
Vir Oakes. So ek die deepish point oorbring na daai posisie toe. En dan vir hom sê, gaan daar. Because
Maar dat is maklik. Onthou die bal draai in. So it's easy to just whop it over there. Was die reverse sweep teen die as die bal in jou draai is 'n goeie option. En hy speel hom quite goed. So ek sou daai ou uithaal en sê, weet jy wat nee, it's fine. You want to play that shot. Oh my goodness, another one from Tian Van Vieren, another good delivery there. just a little bit happening on that length there for Tiaan van Vuuren at the moment.
Tiaan van Vuuren definitely found his area there and is definitely going to look to exploit that here.
So ek sal hom sê, weet jy wat? Reverse sweep. Van daai bring my in game ook.
Een verkeerd.
En dan van daai as jy daai uithaal, daai is te maklik. Van jy kan halve bat. Is 4. So hy sal nie daai ou uithaal nie.
As we see me
Tiaan.
Tiaan.
Oh, just having a look upstairs there again. Just saying to Jason Oakes, I'm not going to let you get comfortable on that front foot. The short one is there.
Hy tref nou sy gloves lekker. Hy loop op pace, hy tref die gloves lekker.
Goeie wiel. En die wicket is stadig, so you can imagine op 'n spicy wicket.
Ja, op 'n wicket. Newland sal hy nog goed doen.
Van daai paar wat hier verby gegaan het by Oakes die eerste ou selfs. Hy net uit die pad is gekom. Oh,
as we see Jason Oakes watching that one go to the wicket keeper.
En jy sien die ding met Oakes ook, hy sal sy boundaries en goed te kry van die spinners af. Daai kom hulle immediately sê, okay. Ons gaan met die ouens hierso, maar ons gaan daai enetjie daar by slaan en daai enetjie daar vir safety uitsit. Net in case hy kry verkeerd. Backfoot punch by Jason Oakes. Straight to Mondi. Good set again, this from Tiaan van Vuuren, keeping the batter guessing. Het 5 gevat in die vorige game. Weet langer. Wat jy pa gesê, hy trots gewees van jou.
Van Vuuren just pulling out of that one, getting himself ready.
I was nervous for him. And then when he started speaking yesterday, I was like, nah.
Shot! Straight.
What a shot by Jason Oakes.
Race away for 4 there. Good shot there by Jason Oakes. Definitely cashing in here.
Tiaan van Vuuren just searching a little bit more for that foolish one there. Once again, just getting it a little bit too full, but wonderful shot by Jason Oakes. Still, I'm going to say again, Ulrich, I don't think the bowler should be too unhappy about that.
Definitely, Gerard. As we see Jason Oakes move to 27 runs here off of 42 balls. A good start here from him. Definitely giving himself that platform to score big here.
So when he started speaking yesterday, I was like, you know what, man? This is good, this. Even though he was speaking Afrikaans, and then when he swapped to English, because it's not English, not his first language, but when he swapped to English, I was like, okay, let's do this. But they were abusing, I checked the comments, they were abusing Emil in the comments, saying, all I hear is,
That one just finds the glove there. The man under the helmet definitely coming into play here. Good set there by Tiaan van Vuuren. As we see that over come to a close, the Northern Cape Heat on 33 without loss after the 10th over.
But like I said last night, myself and he were discussing, and he's like, "Well, those two can't do like you two are great," and I'm like, "Yeah." And we even listened to you guys afterwards.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm happy.
So I think you guys are really doing well for first, especially in the first
time.
You are also relatively new.
Basically, you what that super sports schools things. I got a lot of compliments. I thought people were just being nice to me. But I enjoy it. It's nice.
It's nice to do something if you enjoy it.
See, Ulrich, we spoke about this a couple of overs ago where you were speaking about the run rate. You posed that question about how the batters approached a different situation. They were going at ones and over then. But it just takes a couple of boundaries and all of a sudden they at 3.2s again, which I'm pretty sure would be more or less a target where they generally going to be very happy with. Weer vanaand se papa. Dan jy waar jy wil wees.
The third delivery there from Dane Pitts. Looking good thus far.
Ooh. Is that Pitt? Captain standing at short leg.
You'd never
You
see
don't see that
that.
often.
Never see that. Captain would be blooming there in the slips.
Oh, bold.
But a pop in the surface there, I see Gerard forcing Ernst to go on the back foot.
Yeah, I think in general, Ernest is quite happy um, being on the back foot here. Just gives him a little bit more time to see the ball.
As we see Dane Pitt finishing his over there. After the 11th over, the Northern Cape Heats are 33 without loss. Gerard, we spoke a bit earlier about Dane Pitt having that international experience. Obviously, that comes into play, but thus far, I think the Northern Cape Heat batsmen are handling him pretty well.
Yep.
Obviously, a big statement by Jason Oakes earlier, hitting him with that reverse sweep before, telling him, look, I'm not scared of you. I frankly don't care about that experience. I'm going to play my game the way I want to play it, so bring it on.
It's a very good approach to have, Ulrich. I think if there's anything lacking in this Northern Cape Heat team, especially the batting order, confidence is definitely one of them. As I stated yesterday, I think, and I'm speaking on correction here, they scored over 500 in their last 3 innings, so definitely a batting group full of confidence. As we have a change in bowling from the Samaria Road end, Sitembela Langa replacing Tian van Vieren.
As we see Langa running in for his first ball of the spell to Jason Oakes. That one just a bit wide. They're coming back. Very good start here, I believe, for Langa. Obviously tempting Jason Oakes on that ball, telling him, drive me as well. I want you to drive me.
There's two there. Yeah, I'm gonna just have to open all of it. Yeah, I do that.
Langa gets ready for his next ball to Jason Oakes.
Ooh.
Hitting that good length that Van Vieren has done so well in the previous over. Obviously taking that in. Up for the challenge is bat and ball.
No ball.
No.
There's a no ball.
Thank you. As we see that previous ball being called a no ball. As you see a field change being made here. Another slips coming out to that mid-wicket region.
Bold.
Jason Oakes led behind me op 15-1 was dit. Ek kan sien hy blok.
Oh no, as ook voor de righty. Maar van best enkel waar hy gepop het so baie. So as hy sy lengte kan kry, dink ek het genoeg trekkie wees.
Met daai jag gaan.
Ja.
Jason dan so hou dalk bietjie.
Ja.
Net vir daai jag. As you see that one going down leg. Obviously tempting Jason Oakes to hit the bowler there. Dit nou vir short. I weet nie hoe gaan blok nie. Shadow bait.
Dis hoe sê dit is dis 'n habit man, it's a muscle memory ding. So remind yourself that okay, that's how I did it. That's how I wanted to do. Okay, that one felt nice. That one didn't feel nice.
Ek wil dit net om te kyk waar my kop was nie.
Oh, sien, verstaan jy?
Die jag back gaan nog ons groot speel is.
And that's what I'm saying. He has to be behind square because the ball is jagging like that. So if it does get contact on the ball, the bat. It's always going to hit the inside half of the bat and always going to go behind square. So that square leg's got to be behind square there.
Put the square leg behind square. Man under the helmet.
So they have that square leg in front of square because the wicket's a little bit slow. But not taking into consideration that Langa actually jags the ball back like that. So he's got to be there. See what I mean?
But I would still put the man under the helmet there just to sort of take him out of the mindset of like.
Yeah, I can't just do that easily. I get you. So maybe get that. The only one you can actually take is you got to take the mid wicket out and then
But you
get the
don't want
mid
to
wicket
take the
in
mid
there.
wicket out because he's going to each other. As we see Langa
Yeah,
bowling to Captain Inns came here.
but you see, if you make that adjustment and you put the square leg behind square, and you then get the short leg in there, you're not gonna go full there. You're gonna go that sort of mid body.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be difficult to hit a straight mid wicket in any case.
Understand. As we see, Ernst came just right at the bounce there. Very good start from him here against Langa. As the over comes to a close, the Northern Cape Heat are 35 without loss after the 12th over.
So that field is fine if he bowls full.
Yeah.
Because then he's gonna hit those guys. But as soon as the lengths pull back a little bit, it's gonna then hit the
Dan gaan hy moet iets doen. En dis hoekom ek sê bring hierdie ou op. Die ou na die helmet. Want jy vat daai opsie weg. En dit ook as jy hier in jou spy.
Ja.
Daai wat dalk net opgaan. Dis die keeper en die short leg.
as jy nie dan moet ek sê dan moet hy daai lengte change en hy kan dan nie te vol gaan nie.
Dis maar nie lees kom. Is on. Excuse. As we see Dane Pitt getting ready to bowl to Jason.
So you see, they did in fact make the change, Ulrich, but they took the cover out. So they're saying to him, okay, hit me through cover, or what's going to happen is Dane Pitt is more likely not going to go very straight. So wat nou hier? As hy net so gaan, en net die gewrig breek, was dit 1. So ek sou daai ou daar hou. Ek sou hom sê, weet jy wat, gaan. Ooh. Big shot from Dane Pitt there. Look a little bit high. It's either a little bit too high or just a little bit outside off.
So
Jason Oakes with the switch it again this time. 1 bounce 4. It's definitely the option for Jason Oakes to score from to Dane Pitt at the moment. Once again, I don't think Dane Pitt will be too unhappy with that. Any bowler loves when the batter does different things. He's a proper switch hit. I would say reverse. He's a switch hit. Tickle down leg, this one. Big chase by Mundi. He reels that one in. Kim coming back for the third. Nice comfortable 3 for the Northern Cape Heat.
as that moves Jason Oakes to 35 runs off of 53 balls. Definitely a good start here from him. Very positive player from him.
Yes, en miskien maar jy kan nie sê om toe gaan nie, daai is die ding. Van maar net sê jy kan nie slip uit al en 'n leg slip insit en dan straight line kom.
Jy kan
Maar jy kan nie sê op 2 nie.
feel die slip bietjie second toegevoeg het in die first half. Spence came, just leaves that ball, not looking interested in it. Gerard, we know Dane Pitt is very good at setting up batsmen, and thus far it hasn't been working for him. But there is definitely a plan of action to come back from that. And I see with that last delivery that he's bowled to Ernst, that process has reset, and he's definitely looking to work Ernst over rather than Jason Oakes, because he knows Jason Oakes is very good there at the switch-hit area, telling him, play me there, I don't mind you, but I'm going for the other opener.
Yeah, look, in general, I think he would feel that his chances of striking is better against Ernest, and that's just for the mere fact that he'll be turning the ball away from the bat. So he should be a little bit more comfortable bowling to the left hand than what he is to the right-hander. Jason Oakes, obviously the one batter that seems to be making the play for the Northern Cape Heat as well. Keeps the bowler thinking as well. Oh, a little bit of a feel outside off there by Jason Oakes. Just see relative weakness is daai nie.
Jason Oakes definitely looking to play his game and rather enforce himself onto the bowlers, not giving the bowlers much time to sort of find their rhythm.
Yep, once again, like I said, it's a sign of a very confident batting order at the moment. There we go, that's a little bit better.
Well left there by Jason Oakes.
Please ask Emil to bring my thing. Wat vat my ding hierso? Something's in my face. Whoa, well bowled, well played. Good hard cricket there.
That's like
So through there.
So through there.
Through there and
You-
up in the top there.
yeah. Langa looking very, very up for the battle here, Gerard. Not giving much away to either one of the batsmen.
Yeah, batter's up to the challenge as well at the moment. Well bowled. Yeah. See, obviously, he's got to settle in there. And if he hits you from there, then you're happy. But that's where the business has been happening for the bowlers. Hoe lyk nie. Want van ons het ons 'n jacket, is so ons het ons 'n jacket is 'n Afrikaanse maar kan natuurlik nie alles sê wat jy wil sê. Papa Balanga will feel it by Saki.
As you see, Jason Oakes very positive today. That drive's coming in very well for him here. It's been his scoring options. Well, one of the two with the reverse sweep and the switch hit. Definitely think for a batsman to have one conventional shot and have one unconventional shot to purchase off of is definitely the move here.
Ja, lyk baie maklik.
Hmm.
Lyk baie maklik. With the end of the 14th over, the ITEC Knights, the Northern Cape Heat, correction, are currently 42 without loss, and that is the first innings break coming up. As we return back from the drinks break, we see a change in bowling. Matthew Pollard replacing Dane Pitt from the country club end. So obviously the ITEC Knights came out with a plan to try and get Dane Pitt to strike early. That plan didn't work. They gone back to the conventional two-seamers with a new ball.
Gerard, I definitely think that that's a good move from the captain here with the ITEC Knights. Seeing that the plan isn't working, changing it up at drinks, definitely a good move here for them.
Yeah, I think we spoke about this earlier, well, yesterday. Identifying moments and not letting things slip past. So the ITEC Knights came out, they've tried something, it hasn't gone their way. Let's go back to what would have initially been our plan.
Gerard, to add to that, we spoke yesterday about taking those calculated risks, and that definitely was a calculated risk for the ITEC Knights. They didn't pay off in the end. Obviously, we'll see Dane Pitt coming back later in the day. That was a calculated risk. Granted, he got hit for a couple of boundaries, but he wasn't demolished, if I can put it like that.
No.
Definitely a calculated risk by the ITEC Knights.
Remember, there was a couple that went in the air through mid-wicket. There was the one that Ernest scored at just over point. So there was chances, and those are those chances that could go either way. So I don't think they'll be too happy with that. They'll be too unhappy with that little experiment there. And like you said, we'll definitely see Dane Pitt back into the attack again. Yeah. Let's play a beetje na.
Mense wil nooit weet of hy sloop is. Kyk, sloop speel.
Daar is eintlik 'n bietjie van 'n sloop. Ek kon dit sien van daai kant af hier, maar daar is 'n klein bietjie.
Hierdie kant weet op hierdie venster wie dit gespeel.
Daai ja. Hy lê op baie. Hmm. Hy sien nou gebruik net die middelspan vir international cricket.
That one worked away onto the leg side. They'll take the one. Ernst came very happy to get off strike here. As we know, the best position to bat at is at the non-striker's end.
Yeah.
As we see Pollard getting ready to bowl his first delivery to Jason Oakes here.
Ek dink hy's jonk.
Ek dink dis maar baie is.
Hey boy.
You can't be Indian if that thing is on me. As we see Matthew Pollard trying to exploit that leg side region of Jason Oakes. Wat 'n breekie gewrig dit is.
Jy kan net so ophou in die surface.
Ek dink jy moet op.
Onthou, met daai slopietjie, né? Hy kan dalk so gaan en dan stryk hy net so 'n bietjie aan vir leading edge.
Ja, ek like hierdie sloop nie.
Bold shot. What a shot by Jason Oakes. Straight down the ground for 4.
Shot of the day so far, Gerard.
Definitely.
Switch it was not that is the best stuff. For me, but it's me.
Ek sien hy's in vorm ook.
Ja, hy vat die
Oh, good comeback by Matthew Pollard, finding the outside edge. Rolling there to Isaac Dikhale at Kali. Sien jy daar, skooi hom net 'n bietjie op. Ballistic. Alles goed.
Ja, ek as jy mooi is die vrye decided to first place.
any grounds that encouraged against Kimberley and they might go to the first track here. Shout out to Fake Films and boost the
As we see Jason Oakes just missing one there. Very good way to finish off the over there by Pollard. The Northern Cape Heat are 47 without loss after the 15th over.
Ek het gister saam met iemand gepraat en gesê hulle moet kom kyk. Dit is maar 'n klein seentjie. There are any viewers out there watching who are in the Kimberley area or close to the Kimberley area, feel free to come down to the Kimberley Oval. It is in Cassandra, and come and join us in watching the spectacle unfold in front of our eyes. It is the final of the Division 2 4A competition between the ITEC Knights and the Northern Cape Heat. It promises to be an exciting game. Game's very evenly poised at the moment. Nice sunny day outside there. What a wonderful day to bring your family down to the ground and come and support.
100% agree there, Gerard. I just have to add that entry is free for anyone interested in coming to watch. There is no entry fee at the gate, as
Ernest Kim tucks that one onto the leg side, and the Northern Cape Heat cruised through for 3 runs. That is also the 50-run partnership between Ernest Kim and Jason Oakes. That 50 runs from 61 minutes, consisting of 95 balls and 4 boundaries. 7 boundaries, correction. Passing like 4. See if you ophalen, maar het is maar niet mijn kast. Bowled. Ulrich, as we see after that tentative start from the Northern Cape Heat, all of a sudden just found their groove. Jason Oakes currently on 39 from 64 balls. Ernest Kim taking the more laboured approach, but they've definitely sort of found their groove at the moment.
I have to agree, Gerard, and I think both approaches are testament to the form that they're in. Obviously, Jason Oakes, the aggressor in the situation, and Kim just keeping that cool head of his and staying in and picking off the ones and the twos thus far. And Oakesy obviously going for the big boundaries at this stage.
Yep, what a compliment to each other. One can just stick around there, see it out. Other one is keeping the scoreboard ticking. No pressure on the two of them at the moment. Jy moet nie bang wees om so goed te sê nie. So goed. Absoluut kon kyk kom aan. Jy's reg. Dit is reg. Omdat dit voor die cricket is. 4 mense in die stands. Well bowled, well played. Oh, good running. It's very good running from the Northern Cape Heat there. That brings an end to the 16th over. Correction. There is 1 ball remaining. The Northern Cape Heat are currently on 51 without loss.
Gerard, you said earlier it's a compliment to each other. Obviously, these two have a bit of experience batting together, seeing as they opened the 4-day competition together numerous of times. And you can see that by the way they are running between the wickets. They have that confidence in each other to know when to run, know how each other runs. And that I have to add to that, they truly complement one another as players.
I couldn't agree more there, Ulrich. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the 16th over. The Northern Cape Heat currently 51 without loss.
Gerard, very good start here for the Northern Cape Heat. Looking in complete control thus far. Obviously, a few opportunities have gone. Nervy starts, as you said, from the Northern Cape Heat. But they certainly have found their groove. And I think it's coming into play now, that form that we mentioned. That they are very confident batting unit. They pride themselves on their batting. And it's a very good start here from them. Definitely something that can turn into something big. Obviously, the deficit at this mark is 279 runs. Having to chase that down, I think it is possible for them, and to then add to that total to get a big one in this first innings.
Yep. No, definitely, Ulrich. Wonderful start by the two openers for the Northern Cape Heat. They want to continue this and look to get that opening stand as high as possible. And then on the other hand, for the ITEC Knights, they would want to strike as soon as possible. As we saw yesterday, what the Northern Cape Heat did extremely well yesterday was there was phases of partnerships, but they never let any partnership get out of control. I'm speaking on the correction. I think the highest one was maybe in the 70s, maybe just about touching 80. So they never allowed the ITEC Knights to get a 100 partnership. They would want to set the platform like that. Let's say, I'm pretty sure they would say to themselves, no, we don't want 50-run partnerships. We want big. We want a 100-run partnership. We want a 150-run partnership. We want a 200-run partnership. Let's set ourselves up like that. I think that's where the ITEC Knights let themselves down yesterday. Their batters got in. The entire top 7 got in, but none of them really kicked on except for Isaac Khale. And I'm sure they were let down by that. The Northern Cape Heat would definitely not want to follow suit in that line.
I would have to agree, Gerard.
How strong is it? Really strong, because we start to see the messages that they can.
As we see a plain miss there from Jason Oakes.
I think it's 30 minutes before lunch. So this 30 minutes.
Definitely looking to put
Just
that on
monitoring.
mind with the
They will
ball
show
to
you how to
come.
click videos, how to select players.
Yeah, there's a little bit of something though. But you see, I didn't notice it from the other side yesterday. But Ulrich was pointing out that there's a slope, and you can actually see it from here. There is a little bit of a slope.
As that one's hit up,
Oh.
that's caught.
I'm not too sure. I think they might be having a look at that one, Ulrich. From my angle, it looked like it just dropped a little bit short.
And as we see the umpire gesturing that it did drop short.
Yep.
Jason Oakes wasn't too convinced with that either. As you saw him taking that step back in his head, he knew that drop short.
Maybe you can do 5 overs alone.
Definitely something to look at for the ITEC Knights here.
But I will tell him that it can just be distance from you so that you can have that pressure alone.
Yeah, but this time Matthew Pollard just inducing a false shot from Jason Oakes there and presenting a chance. Unfortunately for the ITEC Knights, just dropped short.
And Gerard, as we can see, that cover region, obviously the catch dropping short of him. You see him, we tell youngsters, walk in hard, walk in with the bowler. You can see him now taking those few extra steps to where the ball did land short in order for Matthew Pollard, when inducing that false shot, as you said, in order for this time to make it truly stick.
Yeah, but you see, Ulrich, could it be a ball too late now? That's the thing. Those are the small things that you want to identify early on. So it's fine on the other side because there's a square. So the ball is going to come faster to you from the square. Whereas this side is just grass, so it's generally going to come a little bit slower. So you can be a little bit tighter on the one side and then obviously a little bit deeper on the other side. Because like I say, that side the ball is going to come to you quicker, this side it won't come as fast. So it's maybe just another awareness thing.
As we see that over come to a close, the Northern Cape Heat are 51 without loss after the 17th over.
Hey, come so every 5 minutes and we swap 5-minute intervals. I'm speaking about this thing.
Oh. There is Samaria.
Samaria Road, Country Club.
Langa to continue from the Samaria Road end here. Was he Somalia?
Nee.
There is no Samaria Road.
Samaria is die grondpakkie as jy indraai. Daai tipe van die area Samaria is daar nie, maar daai Samaria.
Ek het so gedink dit is die country club. Country club is daar.
Nee, die country club is daai country club daar agter. Ja, wat die bowls is en dink dat squash en was daai kant. Dat kom ek dink daai sou daai naam kom. Ek ken nie hoe kom die daai naam sal hê. Ek het gehoor toe ek saam met Wani sit toe. So, dis maar weird.
Is altyd nie die North in die saak nie.
Maar wat is North en wat is South? Langa continuing to earn a skim. That one just a nice 4-1 out of Ernest Kim, still being nice and patient, letting that one go through to the keeper.
Gerard, that cool, calm mindset of Ernst Kim is really showing at this stage. He had one nervy shot in early in the day, but I think that was his wake-up call to tell himself, listen, we're in it for the long haul. We're not here to hit big runs early on. We're looking, as Isaac did yesterday, to set ourselves up for that platform to hit big later on in the day.
Yep, you're correct there, Ulrich. I think that calm head on his shoulders is probably his biggest strength as a player. It's a big strength as a batter, big strength as a captain as well. That one just finds the outside edge there, thickish outside edge down to third man area for a boundary for Ernest Kim. Hoe het hij daar nou komt?
Maar my oors by een of ander event gekry. Dis wat kom.
Weet Rudy is in charge daar nou.
Gerard, we can see Langa sticking to his game plan and obviously the team's game plan, just getting that ball into the area, making the batsman play, and that's what suited him very well. The odd boundary coming off it, but that's why I think Langa has kept his cool head.
Yeah, it's like you said, same with Ernest. It's a patient game now, Ulrich. It's a case of getting yourself settled in and knuckling down and seeing who makes the first mistake. As we see, Ernest just punched that one to the right hand side of Dane Pitt past, who is standing at a little bit of a straightish point, if I can put it that way, to get off striking in for another single. You know what tired cameraman you. You must be handling the cameras you sitting here by us. Where's the camera set up in the next room here? It's quiet.
As Langa is looking to bowl here to Jason Oakes. Good defense shot there, good ball. Very good cricket here between the two teams.
Yep, as the Northern Cape Heat coach likes to say, good hard cricket. That's story for me. This is great. Yeah, bring it please, because I almost wasn't yesterday. That was me with me first not take that chance. Ulrich, Northern Cape Heat looking amazing at the moment. Set up nicely. After 18 overs, they are currently 57 of the applause. No doubt that the ITEC Knights will be looking to strike very, very soon here. They wouldn't want this game to get out of hand now.
I agree, Gerard. And as you spoke yesterday, longer format cricket is a game of momentum, and thus
Yep.
far the momentum has swung a bit in favour of the Northern Cape Heat, seeing as they haven't lost a wicket. Lunch is still yet to come. That might come into factor. Switching off the mind and then coming back, that might play a factor. But thus far, I really think the Northern Cape Heat have set themselves up for a big score here.
You know what? I'm gonna do something weird now, and I'm gonna give credit once again. I'm gonna give credit to Bashir Walters for how he used that second new ball yesterday evening and this morning again. Because I think what happened is that momentum that he gave them with the ball has just somehow carried into the way they've started their batting innings. Oh, as we see that one just fly past the outside edge of Ernest Kim there. But that's what it is. It's his momentum that he created last night, and that managed to just carry over with that momentum.
As we spoke yesterday, Gerard, there are players that stick up their hand in finals and they say, listen, this is my time. I'll show you. I'll take the lead. Bashir Walters yesterday, pulling them through that tough spell in the morning, in the say early evening, and then late in the evening, continuing to put up his hand and say, listen, I'll take the lead here. I'll bring the momentum. And as you said, that carried them over to today. And as we can see, that played a big factor in the way they're batting now. So Earns works that one down the leg side.
Time Pit chasing, Time Pit gathers that just for a single. Yep, you're fully correct there, Ulrich, and you hit the nail on the head. It is about these big moments, and the big players generally tend to stand up in these moments. Obviously, we know Bashir Walters, widely experienced player, played Division One cricket for many years. So very good to see him stand out there for the Northern Cape Heat. They've had an issue with that ball from the first over.
Just to clear things up, one of the players speaking to the umpire about the ball, we don't know what the issue is, but it seems like they have been having that discussion about the ball from quite early on in the innings.
Oh, well bowled, well played. Good cricket all round.
Gerard, we've seen from both innings them having the two slips in the gully for the Northern Cape Heat. That didn't really pan out. Do you see with the bowling we have now, those slips in that gully coming into play here?
Look, it's a tricky one, Ulrich. As we've seen, there has been a couple that's just past the outside edge. There's been a couple that's gone to gully on the ground. There's been a couple that scored it past gully and between point to the boundary. So it's a tricky one. But I suppose as play goes on, we'll see just how the ITEC Knights adjust to that, whether they're going to change their lines or they're going to change their plans. And I'm pretty sure when that happens, we should see a couple of field changes. But to answer your question, I'm not too sure at the moment. Good cricket all around once again.
Definitely a matchup here between Pollard and Captain Kim. Thus far, Kim has composed himself well. So has Oaksy. Mhm.
It's fine. Pollard just seemed to have settled into a nice little rhythm here, continuing to hit a hard length. Jason Oakes up to the challenge at the moment.
Blocks with Kim.
Do it. Oh, well bowled, well played. Wonderful cricket on display at the moment. Good set by Matthew Pollard. Jason Oakes up to the challenge. Great cricket all round. As we bring it into the 19th over, the Northern Cape Heat are currently 58 without loss. And with that, we see a change in bowling. Dane Pitt swapping ends, currently coming in from the Samaria Road end, replacing Sitembela Langa. You said this earlier. What a move. He has a little bit of a slope to work with now. Should, in theory, get him a little bit of extra turn here. It is also the end where we've seen the extra bounce. Might be one of those moments where the ITEC Knights just identified, you know what, okay, this is our international bowler. We see him as the guy that's going to win us this game or get us into this game. Let's give him the better side to bowl from.
Okay, now
Whereas
check.
this evening or yesterday evening, we saw that the seamers were the pick of the bowlers for the Northern Cape Heat, and they decided to go with a better in to bowl from their seamers. That worked for them. Let's see if this works for the ITEC Knights. Dane Pitt on the money to start off with. Yeah, I just had a feeling this was going to happen. Because Langa just looked plain. It looked easy from the side. So I thought that swap was to bring him from the side to just see how it goes from here. About.
As we see Dane Pitts here on the money from ball one. Definitely a good start from him here from the Samaria Road end. As you said, Gerard, this might be the move to make, bringing your spinners from this end.
Good cricket. Very good cricket. Oh, about. See, the thing with guys like this, is he's going to find what the right pace is to bowl on the wicket. And it's an experience thing, and I think that's what makes him such a good bowler. He'll find that, so he'll play around the pace and play around and play around, and once he finds what's the correct pace to bowl on the wicket, he'll settle into that, and then I think he becomes tricky to face. It's obviously a little bit different bowling with the older ball and bowling with a new ball. Um, and that's what I'm saying. It'll take him some time, but he'll eventually find it. That's the end of his over. The Northern Cape Heat are currently 58 without loss. Die game is nog net anders. Matthew Pollard continuing from the country club end, looking to continue with another great set, following up his previous over. This is definitely, it seems like the early stage of the morning where both teams just seem to have settled in, found what they want to do, and looking to play it out this way now. As we see, Matthew seems to have a clear plan of hitting the stumps in the face all the time. Jason Oakes up to the challenge at the moment.
I have to agree, Gerald. I think both assessing how yesterday went back home, thought to themselves, listen, these are the areas we're hitting. As batsmen, these are the areas we're avoiding, because that's one thing we haven't spoke about is the batting unit of the Northern Cape Heat going home and assessing to themselves, listen, we've been in the field the whole day. We can speak to our bowlers, know what areas is the troublesome areas, and then have that knowledge of which areas we want to avoid hitting. And as we can see, that has paid off with Ernst Kim and Jason Oakes, leaving most of the troublesome areas outside off, leaving those deliveries, not wanting to get near them. And I definitely think both teams have settled into a rhythm here.
Yep. That's the thing, Ulrich. Both of these teams are extremely well coached. Okay. And you can see there's a clear buy-in from the players on both teams, in actual fact. And that is why these are the two teams playing in the final. They've been the two standout teams the entire season. And it's clear to see why. As we see the slope coming into play there, just getting Jason Oakes to just fall over a little bit there.
We can see the energies here from the ITEC Knights coming alive here a bit more, Gerard, and I think it is them knowing that the slope is coming into play.
Yep. Ooh, searching. First one is really changed something up there. Just having a look there, a little bit straighter. Maybe a little sit up as we see we have a little bit of a squarish fine leg there. Teenboy het weer gedrop. Bold. Well played. Very good from Matthew Pollard there. Definitely a clear plan from Pollard to Oaksy. Once again, just hitting the inside half of the bat, getting down to finally for a single.
Gerard, I have to add that with the Jason Oakes, I think he knows that that down leg region has thus far troubled him a bit, missing most of them. I think he as well, between overs, reassessed and said, listen, if I'm going to go there, I'm going to try and score from there rather than just tickling it down leg for the one. As we've seen, I'm under correction here, a ball or two ago, him going hard at it and missing, but he's looking to play positive, and I think that's what's going to be a big factor here for him in scoring a big innings here.
Yeah. You see that setup of his is very open. So in general, he's actually quite good when it's straight. So it's a little bit weirish that he has struggled with that a little bit. But I think it's also because of how the wicket's playing, man. I think that's what it is.
As we see a bit of bounce here from the surface, definitely still something in it here for the bowling side. Gerard, we have to add, Pollard has been phenomenal with his
Yeah,
few overs. He
yeah.
has gotten very few of the deliveries wrong. He's been quite consistent and is definitely looking to make that breakthrough as we see him put effort. As we said yesterday with Jerome,
Yeah,
the player that has that fire within himself. I definitely think Pollard is that player at this stage for the ITEC Knights.
that's correct, that Ulrich. And as we saw yesterday with Jerome bowling, when he bowled, all he did was he stuck to his plan, he hit the stumps in the face the whole time. And what did it do? Eventually, he was the one to get the breakthrough. Could we see it playing the same out today? We'll have to wait and see.
Gerard, as we know, cricket is a game of it's an art form and a poetry form. So there are very few games that play out the same, but there are trends following in cricket, and we can see Matthew Pollard. I have to agree that we can see Matthew Pollard being that figure to stick up his hand at this stage and say, "Listen, I'll lead you. I'll give you the plan. I'll give you the blueprint to what to do."
Yep. Dat was 'n drift as well. Gesien? Drift.
Maar jy kan sien as hy in daad kom bietjie meer.
Ooh, a little bit of extra turn there. Jason Oakes getting a tickle down to fine leg all the way to the boundary for 4. Quite big turn there.
As that brings Jason Oakes to 45 runs off of 85 balls. It is Kim, still the patient one between the two, obviously taking on that calmer role, that we call it the anchor role, just settling both the nerves and just telling Jason Oakes, listen, at this stage, you're the one getting the boundaries, you're the one scoring here. I'll support you on the other end.
Fouled. Ooh, there's that walk. Just the one.
As we see Jason Oakes working that one through the leg side for one. Very good with that wrists of his. As Ernst comes onto strike here, facing Dane Pitt from the Sumaria Road end.
Hold. Apples.
Very good running there between the wickets by the Northern Cape. Good awareness there from Captain Kim to steal that run off of the ITEC Knights. Gerard, we speak about constantly looking for the singles, and as we can see here, from the Northern Cape Heat, they've been quite good at strike rotation, and that has definitely played a big factor in the innings thus far.
They have, Ulrich, and what that does is it doesn't allow. We spoke about plans earlier on, bowlers having plans to certain batters. It just doesn't help the bowler in that case. So you cannot execute your plan because the batters are constantly rotating strike. So you're not getting a chance to actually set them up properly, which is a great testament to the batters. They've done extremely well in doing that.
It's a very good point you make there, Gerard, as Matthew Pollard comes back for his 10th over, or his 4th over rather, I should say. Lekker slaas. Hoe sien die scorebord weer altyd? Dis ook wonderlik, so gewend is. Dis een ding wat ek like. As jy short leaders en deel dit met daai pad. The keeping is it fine. As jy feel.
That's right, man. It's a short leg slip. Dis is ongelooflik van empathy.
Dis 'n plek om te wees.
Hey,
Gerard, we spoke earlier about there being still something in it for the bowling side, which is a good testament to the ground staff of the Kimberley Oval. and it's definitely looking like a fiery contest out there.
Yeah, I love this. I spoke to Emil Ratta yesterday about the whole thing. I love these type of wickets where there's a little bit of something for the bowlers, there's a little bit of something for the batters. It's not a one-sided wicket. I feel like cricket deserves more wickets like this. So yes, great great job done by Omkati and Sherwin and the rest of the ground staff for preparing a wonderful wicket for this final.
And as we know, Gerard Umkati is an experienced campaigner in that regard, and it is well known by everyone basically that plays cricket in the Kimberley region. Is generally a hard work, and you can see it by the way he prepares a wicket and the type of play we get from the wickets that he prepares. And as you can see now with the fiery contest, there is something in it for both sides. It isn't a one-sided contest.
Yeah, it's a very good testament to Omkati. He does a fantastic job. I know what I can say is the players appreciate him very much because he always goes the extra mile for the players as well. When he eventually decides to call it, he's gonna be widely missed in this region. Ooh, bold. Jy sien die ander ding is net Matthew slaan nou 'n lekker lyn of 'n lekker lengte. Nou, dit sal perfek is vir die kant.
Mm.
Maar nou, er is natuurlik vir Pietie aan die kant wat natuurlik vir hom ook 'n beter end is. So jy sit in 'n situation waar hy 'n goeie lengte slaan, maar ek dink hy wou nog van die verkeerde kant af. Verstaan jy?
Ek sou vir Longa van my kant af en vir Pollos van die very slow. Longa goed werk. Ooh, interessant.
Dis daai straight line wat hy wou. Oh, naughty. A little bit of movement in the air.
As we see Jason Oakes not showing any interest in that ball. Matthew Pollard definitely a fiery character here as he's not standing back to either one of the batsmen.
Just today, the way it is. Jullie kan met jullie gedachten.
Well bowled, well played. Very good line that. Oh, as Matthew Pollard squares up Jason Oakes again, that one tickling down to the third man boundary, and that should bring up the 50 for Jason Oakes. For that 50 coming from 92 balls, and he's been batting for 92 minutes.
Run a minute.
A ball a minute.
Ball a minute.
Maar weer eens sien jy, hy's weer die sloop. Hy gaan daar en hy los hom net so.
Het is nog verlanger van mijn kant af, zo om de Hij ben in, zo naar Island. Die zo gaan hij
Ja, as hy doen daai en dan
weier gaan.
sluit hy.
En dan weet je
Hy's
weier
weg,
gaan naar Island. So je kan niet, je daar 2 of 3 laatste die weer kan spelen uit of.
Eerste ding is, jy baie maklik gelyk toe hy van die kant af wou. So dalk moet hulle hom draai van daai kant af.
As we see Dane Pitt bowling to Ernst Clem here.
Well bowled.
Played en gedaan. Ja. Nee,
That's out. Ooh.
Big appeal there from the ITEC
Maybe
Knights.
just sliding down leg a little bit there.
This will definitely raise the spirits here for the Knights, seeing that they do have something in it here.
Hy het goed gelukt van my angle af.
True.
Honestly, I'm just a little bit frustrated there, feeling that he missed out on that one there. Sien jy, ek dink hulle moet daai ooplos, laat hy gaan vir daai shot.
Maar is dit nie?
Daar waar langer is.
Langer
Dis vir daai vir die switch.
Bietjie square bring. Wat los op as hy
And it goes for it. Oh my word. Oh. Not too sure what happened there. I think he might have just touched the ground a little bit. Bowling team very unhappy with the decision at the moment. They seem quite convinced. Maar verstaan, sien jy nou wat ek sê? Dis kom sê, ek sal daai ooplos, laat hy gaan vir dit. Ek is surprised hy nog steeds gegaan vir dit. Maar laat hy gaan. Daai bring jou 'n kans.
Square. As we see Jason Oakes just working that one through the leg side for one. Very good readjustment for him.
Ja, was net 'n enetjie wat hy regtig geswitch het, wat hy voor square geslaan het, maar die anders gaan agter square. Dis reg.
Say you're inviting him to switch it.
Ja.
By gaan van.
Ek dink ook so. Sodra jy wil hê jy moet iets verskillend doen. Van dit lyk baie maklik vir my om ook so. Laat hy die snaakse wat te doen. Jy's happy dan. Selfs as ek gister gesê het met Aubrey. Langer. This is the change of bowling you wanted, Ulrich. You asked for this. You asked for Langer to come from the country club end because he generally brings the ball back into the right-handers, and with that little bit of slope that takes the ball away from the right-handers. Let's see if your call works out.
Definitely excited to see what happens here from Langa. Good start here from both the batsman and the bowler.
Kom is dit nie 'n commentator skryf. Yes. What's good that jy daai identify het? Ek kon nie daar bou en dit is aan die speel. Ek
Ja.
weet jy gaan dit moeilik wees as mens dink dit.
Oh, here we go. What a shot. What a shot by Jason Oakes. Wonderful balance, wonderful placement. Amazing shot by Jason Oakes to get another boundary for the Northern Cape Heat.
Jason Oakes definitely in form batter at the moment. Definitely looking to get as much runs as possible going into the lunch break.
As daai wat jy van praat. Jy wil hê man. Moet so maak en as hy hom net losbring hom.
Jy kan hom dalk 'n bietjie styter bring en forceer meer square te speel.
Ja,
Dit is ook 'n opsie.
fair enough, ja. Hy en laat hy dan kyk om die gap te slaan.
Ja.
Saam met jou.
Sien, daar jy happy.
Ja, maar daai is proper off volley. Daai is net 'n great goeie volley.
As we see Jason Oakes move to 56 runs Ernest came on strike now.
Hierdie is net die ding wat ek wil bekondig het. Dis to the left hand, maar die slope. Dit is even concern. Man, kan jy dit oordink dan?
Ja, maar hy kan enige kry om net so terug te jag hoor. Daar is ook Jerome vir Patrick gekry. Hy het net so klein bietjie Patrick was in 'n goeie position gewees nie. En hy het net so terug gejag.
As that one moves down like big dive there by the wicket keeper. Great stop there.
Keeper ding om te doen weg.
Very good there by Langa. Obviously, Gerard, as we know, Jerome Klava yesterday took the wickets from that. And could we, as you said earlier, see something different come into play here?
Yeah, I think you called for Langa to bowl from that end in order to use the slope a little bit to the left hand. Well, you were referring to the right hand, but he's on to the left hand now. As we saw yesterday when Jerome bowled from that end, Patrick Porter just didn't get himself into a good position and he just found one to just move a little bit. Just like that! Wow! Exact replica from the Jerome Klava dismissal to Patrick Porter yesterday. Langa gets the dismissal, gets the breakthrough for the ITEC Knights. The exact replica of the dismissal from yesterday. Good call, Ulrich. What a call. What a call.
Commentator's gift.
Oh my goodness.
As Ernest Kim departs for 19 runs, that brings the Northern Cape Heat to 79 for 1 loss.
How does that play out? We just bring it. Oh my word.
No, it's actually so dumb as it like.
And it's the same like Pat yesterday. Pat Porter also just lifted a little bit on the shot and it found that instead his
Maar
pass.
dis slow.
Ja,
It's
exactly.
slow
Ja.
is die beste ding vir 'n bowling unit.
Wow.
Dis banjo.
I even got overexcited, yeah.
Dink jy moes nie vir Bango captain gaan het nie.
Jeez. That obviously being the breakthrough the ITEC Knights were searching for. What a time for dismissal. And the new batter in is Chris Brits. What a call. What a call.
Ek wil hom gaan kry.
Hy het sommer daar gewees.
Ek sal vir Koos ook gooi.
I can't curse.
I love that though, because sometimes like they see things that we don't see.
Correct, yeah.
But sometimes we also stay inside, shall we? Sometimes we also see things that they don't see. And for a young cricketer like him, to pick something like that up, because I mean he called it before, 2 overs before they made the change. For somebody like him to pick that up, it's because I'm not a big fan of bowlers fighting against their natural ability, which is, and Langa's natural ability is to jag the ball back into right-handers. But what he said was, if he can get one, because it jags like that, so players are watching for that. So if you could just get one to land there, but then straight in front of the slope, that could cause problems. And that's how he called it. A very good spotting from him.
Yeah.
Well, used to, not anymore. Not now that he's in the setup.
No, but I could see you were very excited.
As we see, yeah, I don't know. I'm not too sure I pronounce his name. As we see a change in bowling, With there being two right-hand batters in now, the ITEC Knights have opted to go for the young left-arm orthodox spinner, looking to get this ball to turn away from the bat. I don't want people's names wrong. Because just my name is Gerard, but it's spelled Gerard. So people always pronounce my name wrong. And as I've gotten older, I've just decided, no, I'll accept it. But it's not nice when people pronounce your name wrong. Oh, sneaky single there. Oh, shy from Aubrey Swanepoel. Oh, Jason Oakes. A little bit of nerving running there. It looks like he just might have hurt himself there. Let's hope for the Northern Cape Heat that he is all right.
Make a booking.
Ay, nah. Jason Oakes just grabbing his hamstring there. Het hom gegooi. Nee man, hy kan nie van daar af gooi en sy hamstring raak gooi nie. Hy sal hom voor raak gooi en van die kant af gooi.
Jy kan nie so veel hamstrings raak hê.
Kyk net die wat ek gesê van hy kan goal hê.
Ons het tradisie gegee. Father of the Year award.
Ek gaan nou op ons stuur. Ja, it's a pie.
As we see a bit of a misfield here, they'll just stretch it for one there. Chris Britt's off the mark here. As we see Jason Oakes back on strike. As that is fielded at the cover region. Jason Oakes looking to puts back some energy into his innings here.
Weet jy jou commentary wat jy gestuur het, né?
As we see Jason just down to that long off region, just getting home for one here. Chris Brett's back on strike as it comes to close of the over, and that will take us to lunch. The Northern Cape Heat are 82 for 1 after the 26th over. Gerard, as we move into lunch, how do you feel the game is shaping up? What do you think we will see after lunch? A bit of prediction here from you as we head into lunch. What will happen after lunch?
Ulrich, heading into lunch, I think the game's quite balanced at the moment, but I don't think the Northern Cape Heat would be too unhappy with where the stance is in the game at the moment. I think the one downside for them is just losing Captain Ernest Kim just before lunch. That's the only downside for them. But other than that, I think they were in full control of that session. But a nice job by the ITEC Knights to not let it get away from them. Wonderful time for them to strike as well. I feel like it's nice and balanced at the moment, Ulrich.
I have to agree there, Gerard. And I think that breakthrough of Langa just raising the spirits a bit going into lunch. Something to talk about at lunchtime for the bowling side. We saw yesterday with Jerome hitting those areas and keeping to the basics is working for them. And I think that is the breakthrough that the ITEC Knights needed. And as you said, obviously not a bit of a tragedy for the Northern Cape to lose Ernst Kim. Having that partnership unbroken at lunchtime is a big boosting thing for the batting unit. And obviously Chris Britt's coming out, showed some good batting shots here, and obviously Oakes down the other side leading them, taking on that leadership role now as a senior batsman in this innings. And I think, as you said, it is quite even going into lunch.
Yep. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you guys in 40 minutes. Enjoy your lunchtime. Welcome back from the lunch break here at the Kimberley Oval, where the final between the Northern Cape Heat and the ITEC Knights is taking place. As things currently stand, the Northern Cape Heat are 82 for the loss of 1 wicket. After 26 overs, they currently trail the ITEC Knights' first innings total by 248 runs. They have a lot of spinners. So they have Aubrey, Sharky, Mondi,
And then
Pat, Pat Porter,
Yeah.
and obviously Pitti.
I think they were quite
Quite
unlucky, G. I think there was quite a few decisions that could have gone either way, and the game would have probably been in a different situation right now.
Yeah, but I think, like I said, I think it's evenly balanced, man. Um, if I think if they didn't get that wicket, they would be under the pump a little bit. That was a big wicket for them.
And I think if you look at the balance of the game, I think both teams have kind of been fallen in the same faults where they've bowled a few too many bad balls.
I agree with that.
But I was impressed with Pollard. I think he hit some really good areas.
He
And
did.
he was getting some late
He
swing.
did. He did. He bowled extremely well. We were actually speaking that he did a similar job to what Jerome Kaba did for
For
the
the
Northern Cape Heat yesterday. And there was actually a time where I said to Ulrich that he's bowling so well. Would you not consider swapping him the ends, considering that the Samaria Road end is more conducive to seam bowling at the moment? They didn't go that way. They ended up making the change, and Langa ended up getting the wicket. And I think that wicket was brought about the little bit of pressure that he built from that side.
I think I'd have to agree on it. Like I said, I think I was really impressed with the areas that the Knights hit. I think the only thing, if you want to be really overcritical, I think they really just were looking to bowl that wicket-taking ball, and they were just slightly over pitching.
Something like that. So because that's not just obviously the first ball after lunch, it's just a gentle punch back to mid off. But before lunch, Jason Oaks was punching those ones for 4
I agree.
because, like you say, it's just a little bit too full.
And I think you kind of want to steer away from doing that because you're kind of bowling a batsman into form.
Yeah. Not that the Northern Cape Heat guys need any more of that.
Yeah, but I mean, you're making it really easy.
Yeah.
And I think both teams are probably just a bit are both guilty of doing that. It's just giving away too much runs.
Bold.
But that's a good line. That's a good length. You're still giving that ball the chance to move around. And I think if you do that constantly enough, you're gonna get wickets.
Yeah, you will. It's a patient game. Like you said, I think both teams have searched for those wickets, and I'll take us back to yesterday evening again. Bashir Walters, that last spell of his, all he did, well, his second last spell, leading up to his final spell, all he did was find the area and settle in there, settle in, play the patient game. And once he came back, when that second new ball was available, then obviously he reaped the rewards of it. We've seen too little of that so far over the past 2 days.
But I think spin is going to be the huge
Bold, played.
winner on this game. I think whoever can manage the spin, and if you look at Dame Pitt, you can see that experience, slowing it up, giving it a bit more height, then darting it in. And I think the Heat bowlers were maybe just a bit guilty of darting it in the whole time.
Yeah. I think what's key though is I definitely think that the X factor play in the Knights bowling attack is definitely Dane Pitt without a doubt. But I think what Jason Oakes did was he played him extremely well. So what he did was he didn't allow him to settle. Yes, there was like 1 or 2 chances, but I think overall that he had that quite covered quite nicely.
What do you make of the decision for them to open with Dane?
Well bowled. It was a surprise to me. I'm not gonna lie. It was really a surprise to me. But I think we spoke about it. It's just a little bit of a gamble. Let's see, because there was turn and bounce on offer when Ernest Kim was bowling. So I think they just identified that there is turn in the surface. Here we have this world-class bowler. Let's have a look. Take a gamble, 5 overs. Let's see what he does. Smart move. Like I said, it didn't pay off. But in order to win games like these, you gotta take a risk like that.
I think it was definitely a bold decision from JP and the team. But let's see what happens. I mean, I think it's perfectly poised. I think a couple more wickets and the Knights will feel they're really back in it.
Yep. See, I think that's the thing with a game like this. We mentioned that these are two extremely well coached teams. So I think that the game is not only going to be decided in the middle there, but it's going to be decided by the decisions that the two coaches make. The coach of the ITEC Knights being JP Trigod and the coach of the Northern Cape Heat team being Mark Charlton. I think it's going to come down a lot to the decisions they can make and who identifies sort of what the gray area is and where the big moments are and who capitalizes on that.
On that point, Gerard, which team do you think is more compatible to change that game plan? Because I mean, I think if you look at the Knights batting lineup, they can go they can almost go into an England kind of batting style where they've got the players that can really absolutely increase the run rate in an instant.
Look, it's a difficult question to answer that. The easy answer would be the ITEC Knights can make that decision easier because they're the team that come from Division One. They've been in bigger moments much more often than the Northern Cape Heat team. But why I say it's a difficult decision to make is the Northern Cape Heat team is the defending champions, double defending champions. Okay, so they are definitely doing something right. They've won it twice in a row, looking to win it 3 times in a row. So something is going on in that change room. They know what they're doing here.
But like you said, this team has been put together for their cricket.
And it shows. They are an outstanding 4A team. You cannot take that away from them. And that's why I think I mentioned on day one that in my eyes it's a David and Goliath clash. It's the previous Division One team battling out against the current champions. And I think that is why, as you've seen, no team has allowed the other team to get away with it thus far. It's been a sort of a flowy game, and it's very evenly matched. And I think the game will tell later on which way it's going to go.
Dane Piet comes back into the attack. So I think he's going to bowl quite a few overs.
I think they'll play around with him a little bit. So I don't necessarily think that he's just going to settle in on one end, and I might be wrong. But I think they might alternate him, maybe 5 or 6 or 7, maybe 10 overs from the one end, maybe then swap him around, maybe 10 overs from the other side, or 5 from the other side. Because as I said to you, just as we came on air again, they do have a lot of spinners. They have Aubrey Swanepoel, who has major experience. They have Shark Snyman. They have young Mondi that just bowled the one over before lunch. And they have the captain himself, who is a spinner as well. So they have a lot of spinners to play around with. Hence, I think he'll definitely do majority of the bowling, but I think he'll chop and change.
So what would your form of attack be? Would you choose to go after Dane and try and eliminate that?
You see,
to take that bow out of their arrow or their armory?
You see, it's a catch-22 situation because if you get it right, you put them under the pump. But he's also the one bowling the team that could possibly destroy you.
Yeah.
So it's one of those
iffy
situations. Yeah. I feel like it's maybe a batter's preference. Some batters definitely will look to have a go at him. As we saw, Jason Oak said to himself, you know what, I'm not letting this guy settle because I know what he can do if he settles in. So I'm going to take him off. And then Ernest took a little bit more of an open approach. So it's definitely going to be different. It'll be better preference.
But what I will say is I'm really impressed with all the batsmen that have batted within themselves. I mean, they haven't gone out looking for shots. They haven't chased deliveries that wasn't there to be chased, and they put away the bad ball.
It has been amazing to watch him, and like I say, it's a testament of two good teams. They did it yesterday. Unfortunately, the ITEC Knights got starts and the guys didn't kick on. But this Northern Cape Heat team has scored 500 thrice for the season thus far. These guys know how to bat for long.
And I mean, you've got to give Cricket South Africa credit because the system that they kind of set up is kind of paid off. Because I mean, in theory, you should think that this team should have been walking all over the Knights team. But it's given that competition, which I think they really tried to get. And I mean, if you look at it now, this team, the Knights have just dropped down from, or not just dropped down, but they've dropped down to Division One, and you would have thought in theory they would have walked this. And it doesn't. The scorecard doesn't show that. The log table doesn't show that. I mean, we're going into the T20 next, and there's still all to play for which team can go up.
Yeah, I think
they've got it. They've got it right, and they can only then speak well for Cricket South Africa going forward and what players we're bringing through.
The one thing I'd like to see more, though, I like the fact that we have this two division setup. The only thing for me is I'd like to see guys, especially in Division Two, play a little bit more cricket. I think they play too little cricket, and because of that, you'll sometimes find that it hasn't happened with the Northern Cape Heat team because they've done exceptionally well in this format. But you'll find with other teams, once they get into that crunch moments, it takes them longer to identify that moment and it takes them longer to capitalize on it. And it's just a case that they simply haven't played enough cricket at this level. So that would be my only downside of this. And I would like to hope that it does change in the future where they get to play a little bit more games.
And if let's just briefly touch on the point. I know it's the exception and not the rule, but I mean we've got a Dane Pitt that's just made his that's just played in the New Zealand series. So you've actually opened that door for other players to now automatically be called up from Division Two if they're good enough.
You know, you make a valid point. Before he got called up from Div 2, I was actually under the impression that it's impossible to get into the international setup from Div 2. But you look at Dane Pitt then setting the president. He's getting called up there. You look at a young guy who's yet to bat for the ITEC Knights, who in their wicketkeeper Hanu Viljoen has been in outstanding form for the season thus far. I would pick as potentially the next guy. If he does stay in Division 2 and doesn't get snapped up by one of the Division 1 teams, that he could potentially be the next guy out of Division 2 to get that nod.
So I think so. I think the overall plan that South Africa's had is kind of bearing its fruit now, and we hope it just continues.
Yep.
Yes, very good over again. Still sticking to his lines. And I know most people will think, sticking to the line, you haven't got the reward. But I think that is where the reward actually lies, is by staying consistently in your comfort zone and making the batsman bat out of his.
Yep, I think in the beginning they were searching a little bit, but it seems like just 20 minutes before lunch, and they've obviously continued now. They just seem to have found a rhythm as the bowling unit, and they decided, you know what, let's settle in here, let's graft for these wickets instead of just searching for them, which ultimately led to the
wicket.
breakthrough.
And we have to point out, I mean, there's for the whole game so far, there's only been 2 wickets that have been actually bowled. So one is the batsmen are really batting well and they're really protecting and putting a price tag on their wicket, but it's also showing you that it's not that bowler friendly.
I think it's a compliment. The compliment has to go to the batters. I think they've done extremely well. They've assessed the conditions nicely. Yes, a little bit of mediocre bowling every now and then, but as a batter, you've still got to do the job. So, yep.
Well played. Outside of a slight bit of movement, I think it could have, with him being about half a yard a bit quicker, could have been a better delivery. But I mean, you're still hitting your spots.
Yep. And that's the end of the 29th over. The Northern Cape Heat are currently 84 for the loss of 1 wicket. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't stick with young Mundi or maybe just a couple more overs just to have a look. I said a little bit earlier that it's generally a little bit harder to bat against the bowler when the ball's turning away from you than what it is when the ball's turning into you. But they've gone the opposite route. They've gone with an experienced guy. I just would have liked to have seen Mundi bowl at least 2 or 3 overs to the two right-handers.
But like you rightfully said yesterday, whenever Dane Pitt play, they haven't lost. So why, if it was not broke, don't fix it.
Fair enough.
And you want to have your best player in the game at all times.
As we see, Jason Oakes just nudged that one down to the cow corner boundary for another single.
And when you look at Jason Oakes, I mean, he's got that Chandler Paul kind of batting style. But it just goes to show it doesn't really matter where you start, as how you finish when the ball is delivered. Are you playing the ball?
Yes, Emil. A lot of people will look at that stance and say, "Oh, I can get this guy easily." But if you look at how still he is when the ball is delivered, I think that's what the key is. There's a lot of movement and stuff going on before the ball is delivered, but once they deliver the ball, he's completely still, and he's found that unique style of batting, and it works for him.
Well, Chandler Paul did make a career out of looking batting that way. And I think the modern day cricket, back in the day, we always had to be technically correct, and you had to have a different stance, and you had to move this and that kind of thing. And I think that has all gone out of the window with T20 coming into play.
Yeah, definitely. I think you'll find it very hard to find two identical batters at the moment because everybody has or in actual fact, he's a unique way of doing things. I feel like it's key to find your identity as a
Oh,
batter and not just build your batting
Julle
around
kan
what
tog
somebody
wees.
else thinks
hey,
you
Jy
should
nou
do.
nie aan tog nie.
Find your
ja, lang
identity
bro.
as a player and make that work for you. And Jason Oaks has definitely done that. As we say that's the end of the 30th
The
over.
PV scoring.
The Northern Cape Heat are currently 85 for the loss of 1.
We're
I
basically
don't
doing
agree, because I think
switches.
at the end of the day, we are so used to coaching players based on how we were coached previously. And the one thing that we don't factor into it is that just remember, under any pressure situation, you go back to your default setting.
Yeah.
So whatever you used to doing, as soon as there's pressure on the line, that is what your body will automatically go back to.
Yeah, look, I think we should be well past that stage of creating robots. Everybody should find their own identity. We speak about. I remember you and I had this chat a couple of months ago when Glenn Maxwell played that unbelievable knock in the World Cup. That threw the textbook out of the window, in my opinion. It showed that there's not there's a whole bunch of different ways to play this game or to bat in actual fact, and there's a whole bunch of different ways to score runs. But I guess that's the modern
But
cricket.
at the end of the day, you still just got to get the runs on the board, and how you do it, like they say, they don't put pictures in the scorebook.
Bold.
I think Lange is really doing a good job for the Knights.
He is. He's found a nice rhythm.
Knight rhythm is on the spot. He's there the whole time. If you want the runs, you're gonna have to go in and make it work, and you're gonna have to bat out of your comfort zone.
They've managed to get that run rate to drop from 3.5 back to 2.8 within the space of 5 overs. So it shows they've consolidated nicely. Oh, played.
So the question I asked yesterday: how long do you stick to these plans, and how long do the Knights stick to this, or do you just
Catch it.
oh, what a shot? And again, just one slight wrong move or slightly off by an inch, and these batsmen have really put it away. And it's testament to both batting teams. They really have batted within themselves, and every bad ball, if it's just off by an inch, they put it away.
Yeah, I don't think Langa will be too disappointed in that specific shot. As we've seen that go in the air through that, it just happened to split the two fielders. But I don't think he'll be too unhappy with that. Look, Emil, it's this game is about patience. Okay, the longer format is about patience, and it's who can stay patient for longer, who cracks first, or who doesn't crack first. And I think that whoever stays in their bubble the longest is going to be the team that comes out on top here. I think that the Knights will settle in here and they'll bide their time. They've searched for wickets early on. I think they're going back to default setting again, which is let's play for time, drag it out, drag it out. Let's play boring cricket. And in playing boring cricket, something always tends to happen.
And not only that, I mean, the longer you're out there, the more the sun beats down on that track, the more your spinners come into the play, the more uneven bounce you get. And at the end of the day, you want to be bowling on day 4 with it having inconsistent bounce, with it turning.
Yeah, I completely agree there, Emil.
All right, and so that brings us to the end of the 31st over, and the Northern Cape to 89 for 1. So, Jero, as a captain, how do you navigate how many overs your bowler has to rest? Like for example, your opening bowler. How do you get that?
You're putting me on the spot now again.
How do you get that balance right? Because I mean, there's a lot of overs left in this game. Obviously, you need to manage their workloads, how many overs they bowl, how fresh they can be.
Look, Emil, I think it depends on the situation. Okay, so as we just see, Chris Briggs pull out the sweep there for a 4 behind square on the leg side. It depends on the situation. If you're in a situation like this where the Northern Cape beat 93 for 1, you obviously don't want your fast bowlers to be bowling 6 and 7 over spells. Then you're more happy with maybe 4 or 5 over spells, rotating them constantly. If you're in a situation where the seamers are getting wickets constantly and a lot's happening, then you don't mind a little bit of a dragged out spell. But it's very game situation determined, in my opinion.
Well played. Down to mid-on.
I was saying to Ulrich, I think Langa mustn't be there. I think they must let him reverse it. We saw there was a shout just before lunch. Oh, that one just straightened.
I'd have to agree with you. I think having that guy out there is the exception, not the norm. And you want him to be reverse sweeping over the circle.
Yep. So that guy's placed specifically for Jason Oakes to get caught there.
But by him going for the reverse sweep, doesn't that now then bring into play LBW?
So there's a lot of shot. Good placement from Jason Oakes. Well fielded by Matthew Pollard. Ooh. Good cricket over there. Look, it doesn't matter whether it brings bowled into play or caught into play or LBW into play. Ideally, what you want is you want the batter to do something different. Okay, so as soon as you get him to come out of his little bubble key or his little box, you are winning a battle. If the batter is just playing normally and nothing's happening, then you sort of off losing the battle.
Yeah.
So
So
that's
maybe
why I say I'd get Langa out there, find another spot for him, whether it be catching on the offside or catching the wicket or whatever. Find a spot for him, but leave that area open. Let Jason Oakes reverse sweep.
I'd have to agree with you. Just with that, there's a bowling change, and I think I actually enjoy this bowling change because
Stian van Vuren.
Van Vuren bowled with some real good gas and a nice intent in that opening spell.
Yep, he's obviously switching ends now, so curious to see how he goes on the other end.
And I think it's going to help him with other right hand left hand combination. Because I think
Good point.
at the beginning of his spell this morning, he was bowling a bit of a left hand bowl action to a right hand batsman and then vice versa. But I do like him. Again, like you said, I think every team needs that bowler that has that big heart that just steams in and gives you everything all the time. And I think they lost that with Gerald. And I think with Van Vuuren, I like what I see. Running in with a big heart, big tank, big engine, giving it everything for his team. I think with the left arm over, I think you can drag it back slightly, but back.
Bold.
Like that's a perfect line. Maybe just half a meter shorter.
No, I think the length's fine there as well. It's not really a drivable length that you can drive that, but you're gonna have to drive that on the up. I'm sitting and thinking, could this play out the same way as it did for Langa, where he's obviously fighting against it, which is the natural ability for the left hand is obviously to bring the ball into the right hander. So it's also almost as if he's fighting against the slope now. But as we've seen with Langa, he just got one to do the opposite of what his natural
Yeah,
ability is. So could we see
one come
one
across.
angle in and then just straighten from the slope here as well? Might not be a bad call to changing or to swap the ends.
But he looks like a nice strong boy. Good strong action, fluent running. But you can see this team, as you said yesterday, is really well coached, and we both know that JP's big on fitness.
Old. I mean, it's not really a drivable link. But if it's a little bit fuller, then it's obviously drivable. There you in the game there. That's probably maybe just a little bit too much worth on that one. We seen him go into that rub area of Jason Oaks earlier on again. Jason Oaks didn't look very comfortable there. Early on they had a leg gully for that specific ball. And once again we see even though Jason Oaks has been batting for 133 minutes, he's still a little bit sketchy on that one here into the rubs.
So why do you think he's not changed to come around the wicket to Chris?
He hasn't bowled a single ball over the wicket to Chris yet. Uh, this has got to be something they've probably identified in the film that they watched beforehand.
Because I mean, it's not like he's been bowling bad lengths or things or something that he wants to correct.
Remember, this also just narrows the angle a little bit. So here he can bring that slope into play a little bit more. Obviously, from this angle, he can hit the stumps a little bit better. And maybe looking to hit off stump in the face with the hope that one just leaves the batter from the slope. That could potentially be the plan.
All right, and that brings us to the 33rd over, and we're 96 for 1. And Dane Pete to continue.
Oh, played. Well fielded. I asked Urut this just now. What do you think about the captain standing at short leg?
I think him, Gian, and the batsman are having a great conversation. What do you make of Gian having no wicketkeeper pads on?
No pads. It's always been like that. In this format, that pads become heavy after a certain amount of overs. Gian obviously being one of those keepers that has extremely good hands. Doesn't have the best feet out there, but has amazing, amazing hands. So I think he backs himself to stop anything from hitting his pads.
So coming round the wicket, G, what does that open up for him? Or what potentially does he want to do?
Well, this brings RBW more into play. Okay, so I think because um, Chris Butts had a sweep the previous over, so in him sweeping, he gets that front pad outside the line. So, ooh, well bold. He gets his front pad outside the line of off stump, so he cannot be given out LBW unless he does not offer a shot. So I think this has gone okay. This guy's gonna look to have a sweep. Okay, let me come around the wicket and land everything in on the stumps. So when he does miss it, the LBW shot's on the cards. Oh, I actually thought it was a catch. Little bumble there.
Bounce ball.
But that's what it is. This is to bring LBW in play.
But I think there must be a game plan because both bowlers automatically change the
No
come
doubt about
round. Yeah, as soon as Chris has come on strike.
that. Bold. See, I'm sure they would have done their homework and watched a lot of film where these batters are concerned, and that would go for both teams.
I'd have to agree, and I think, as we said, both teams are really well coached. So I think everything in the back end has been done to put them in a perfect position to win either team to win. Oh, what a delivery. And that was what I was talking about. Just slightly a bit
Tackling.
back of a length, and you automatically bring the slips into play. I think if you're half a meter forward, you kind of gonna neglect that.
But you see that brings that slope into play that we were just speaking about, because that just went from the slope.
But definitely a Jaffa over delivery. I think that's perfect. I think that's better than bowling another half a meter forward. Because all you need that one to do just slightly deviate from the seam, and I think Jock is in business.
You see, we differ a little bit on that. I think that lane's a little too short. I think it should be half a meter, maybe a meter even fuller than that. But then again, when do we ever agree on anything?
Definitely not.
Oof. JC looks to feel like he missed out there.
I think we definitely got lucky with that one. But I must compliment the nice team, man. Even when it feels like the game is in that bit of a slump and it's going nowhere and it's just idling there, they still had a bit of a
Bit of a buzz.
in the
Yeah,
field.
they have. But once again, I'm gonna bring that back to the coach. We spoke about it yesterday. Uh, the coach being somewhat of a energizer bunny
Yeah.
type of person. It's definitely gonna rub off on
the
his
players.
players.
And I think that's exactly, he expects nothing less than that. So I think if they've come off the field and they're looking a bit despondent, I think he's going to have a real
Oh, he's definitely gonna have a go.
Yeah, he's definitely.
Definitely. Bold.
And I mean, if you look at it now, Jared, as we spoke on it, both teams are really playing towards their game plan, play within their strengths. Nobody's really, gone out there and done something stupid or anything like that. So I think we also have to take our hats off for how well these guys have been coached. And that also must just tell us exactly, like even in Div 2, what really good coaches we've got in the system.
Yep. But that's what I say. Why I said a little bit earlier. The way I see it now, it's whoever comes out of the bubble first, or whoever cracks first, is going to lose the game. It's about who stays in that bubble the longest.
Because I mean, even if you look at international cricket, some of the guys have a real collapse and they've gone completely against the game plan.
Yep.
And we are on day 2, and not one of them have given an inch.
Probably comes back to that point you made that as a country, as a country on a whole, we are in a very good situation, if I can put it that way, in terms of where our development of players are going.
And our talent. Like I said, I think it's almost a sin to have this much talent in the country.
Yeah. It's just a pity, like I said earlier, it's just a pity these guys don't play
Enough cricket.
enough cricket. I think 6 games is way too little cricket for a season, especially in this version.
But I'm sure these players will be telling you there's too much cricket.
Nah, they want to play. Catch it.
And again, you see, that is exactly what you want. You want Chris doing something that he's not used to doing. And again, that is all bowled from pressure.
Yep.
There wasn't a bad ball bowled in the last 3 overs. And as a batsman, that just stays in your mind, I haven't scored a run, I haven't scored a run, I haven't done anything.
Yeah, you see, it brings back to the point of him coming around the wicket and why he would do that. So I'm assuming Chris Brits feels very comfortable sweeping, and that's his go-to against spinners. And what he's done is he's just taken that go-to away, or maybe not completely taken away, but said to him, okay, if you want to sweep, but no, you cannot miss it.
Yeah.
Whereas when he was coming over the wicket, the batter knows if I sweep, I'm going to get outside the line of off stump. If it's my pad, I can't be going out. Understand?
So again, it's just having that awareness of cricket knowledge as well.
Or slower.
Oh, and that's what I think, where you can see the experience of a Dame Pitt comes in. I mean, he's bowling a little bit, like I said earlier, he's bowling a little bit slower. He's floating up a bit more. He's not just darting it in there and trying to get a maiden under his belt. He's actually bowling with some kind of intent and a game plan.
No, he definitely wants to take wickets. He doesn't want. He's not one of those bowlers that's going to want to just contain the whole time. He wants to get wickets, especially in a moment like this, knowing that it's the final, knowing he's the big player in the team. He's definitely going to want to make the breakthrough.
It's good to see Aubrey back out on the field after yesterday's knockout.
Yes, it is. A scary moment, that.
Definitely. I mean, we all like the aggressiveness that comes with sport and everything like that. But sometimes, you also just want the players to be all right. You want that battle to
Yeah, you never want to see something like that happen to players.
Then, like you also said yesterday, there was no way that he was going to stay off the field as well.
That is the end of the 36th over. The Northern Cape Heat are currently 99 for the loss of 1 wicket. Jason Oakes currently on 67 from 134 balls. Batting partner Chris Brits on 7 from 30 balls.
And again, I'd like just after you've mentioned the scoring. Again, I think the Knights have identified that they were given a bit freebies away, and they've just taken it out of the.
They've definitely knuckled down.
And I think if you were going to have a bit of a nitpick at something, then I think the Heat maybe just didn't do that well enough.
Catch it! Oh, what a stop.
What a
Another
stop.
chance, what a stop by young Mondi there. That little bit of pressure bowling there. And this is what I'm saying. It's a game of patience. Okay. So what they've done well is they've restricted them, and all of a sudden you get a chance going. Well, that single comes after 100 runs for Northern Cape Heat. It is 100 runs in 145 minutes, coming from 222 balls, 13 boundaries being hit.
I think that is the big factor, is that they've taken away those 13 bounded balls. But I think there's definitely a plan against Chris.
No,
Um,
definitely.
because I mean, um, it's not like they just tested it out to see how he's feeling. Both bowlers from both ends immediately when he's on strike has come on the other side.
But you see, I like this because that angle, especially for the left arm seamer coming around the wicket, that angle you almost feel as a batter that you've got to play the whole
Yeah.
time. And what that then does is it brings that slope into play. And I think that's what the mindset is here.
Because remember, the left hand is automatically going to drift it into you, and then automatically then maybe get it to go away. Like
As
that,
we see
like
there.
just like that.
That one just splitting the two slips, running away to the boundary for 4. Unlucky for Tiaan van Vieren.
But I like this boy. There's something about him. Eh? Now saying that, GS, have you seen anybody here that could comfortably make the step up to the next level? I'm not talking like obviously South Africa cricket. I mean, that will look comfortable, because going from Dove 2 to Dove 1, I mean, you're playing a higher caliber. You're playing sometimes against SA players.
Look, there's, as things stand, there's been one standout player in the game in terms of the batting, and it's been Isaac. How Isaac batted in that first innings showed great maturity. I think he batted outstandingly on a surface that just sort of feels like you're never in. He batted supremely well. He's the only one that I can really say, you know what, there's a sense of belonging. You know, one of the hot topics in our country at the moment is that we are not producing enough black African batters to be able to take that next step. Well, we've just seen an outstanding 100 from a black African batter now.
On the big, on the
On a
final,
big stage.
yeah,
On the big
batting for his
stage.
team against his former union.
Yep.
Um,
So
Yeah.
that for me is by far the standout. He played amazingly well. I remember saying to Ulrich that I think as a young cricketer, if your interest is the longer format of the version of the game, that is a very good guy to watch, because he stays in his bubble, follows the same process over and over and over, and it just proves that once you follow the processes, things tend to
like
work
even
out
the
for you.
wicket the shot that he played yesterday. I mean, I think he got out LBW. He never once. Oh, I'm just saying that Tiaan is just hitting all the right areas.
Tian looks like he's gonna make something happen.
Yeah. And like I said to you, again, I think every team needs one of those bowlers that's got a big engine, just steams in, it gives you 150% every time.
He must actually maybe look to come around to Oaksy as well, because they haven't tried that. Because Oaksy, when he leaves, his front foot doesn't cover the stumps.
Yeah, he gets into middle, but he doesn't get across the off.
He doesn't get it across. So with that angle, it might just bring a little bit of uncertainty in there as well. It's just obviously just a thought. He
Well,
might just feel that he's got to play at the wrong one as well.
Well, gee, you have been predicting all the wickets, so maybe you should just whisper something to the captain.
Captain Connie, yeah, there you go. Captain's on the field now. Captain's at short leg. That's the one. That's the one. I just can't. I can't get over this, and it puzzles me why the captain will put himself in that line.
Well, like we said, they come from a coach that leads from the front, and maybe he's saying to his players, "I wouldn't ask you to do anything that I'm not prepared to do." Even what take one against the chest.
Fair enough, but that's still tough. That's still tough. His reflexes does seem on point, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Maybe he just feels comfortable there. Maybe he's done it coming up through the ranks, and he's just been like, you know what, this is.
Nobody feels comfortable there.
I mean, you play. Oh, what a ball by Dane. But there again, Joe, can you see just slowing it down a bit, just trying something different, and it yields a different result.
So one of his big strengths is he's able to play with the pace of the ball nicely.
And that's what I've always found fascinating by spinners. Like with us seamers, you either have to bend the wrist or the knuckleball, or bowl it through the fingers, or roll your your fingers over it. And spinners just get the same revs and just doesn't look like they've changed anything, but the ball does do.
Takes time. And then these spinners bowl thousands and thousands of balls. Yeah, you guys bowl 5 overs in the nets, then you're tired. You should obviously have a lot. There's a lot more effort that goes into yours. Spinners they bowl hundreds of balls a day.
Yeah, but like I said, I just love how he gets different pace and it doesn't really look like he's
Nothing
actually
looks different.
that's
Yeah.
different. And I guess that is what maybe just elevates him a bit higher than the rest of them.
Yep, that's what the better bowlers do that well. They disguise things very, very nicely. I mean, we had this chat yesterday about obviously off air about Keshav, how well he does that. Also, just stock standard left arm orthodox bowler, but the way he plays with his pace is unbelievable.
So what do you think it is? Do you think it is like trying to cut down on the revs that you get on the ball and that it kind of determines how much pace you get on the ball or something like that?
Emil, if I knew that, I'd be playing for South Africa. I don't think he cuts down on the revs of the ball, because if you do that, he loses his drift. There's a lot of things that come into play. It's got to be some way in which he rolls his fingers over the seam of the ball. It's the only thing I can think of. Or it just comes out of the side a little bit more. Maybe just slides out in front, or just slides out over the top of the ball a little bit more. It's definitely a subtle change in that, but I don't think he'd make that subtle change and sacrifice the revs on the ball, because that revs on the ball is what gets you that loop, and it gets you that dip and the drift
And
that
the
you
kick.
get. Yep, and the kick. So you would never sacrifice that. You'd rather than have the batter see what he's gonna do, instead of
Absolutely.
sacrificing the revs.
And we are 1-5 for 1 at 3-8, and the battle between Van Vuuren and Oaks continues.
Yeah, I'd like to see him get
Oh,
that one pulled straight back from Jason Oaks over the bowler's head for another boundary.
I think as a bowler, Van Vuuren would entice that, would think that I'm in the World Cup or that.
Yep,
So I think that surprised Jason.
it did, yes. I'd still like to see him try a couple around the wicket to Jason as well.
And just as you, oh no, he's not. But I think that was a great play, because I think Jason was almost thinking it's going to be outside off.
Like that.
Yeah, I think he was expecting that, and because it was a short one up front, it just took him by surprise. And again, what the Heat bowlers did wrong yesterday, it was aimed in that channel of uncertainty there, where you have to either get out of the way or play the ball. You just can't let it. It's not so easy just to let it, get underneath it and let it drive past. And
Yeah,
as-
but that's the thing. This is why I'd like to see him come around the wicket, because I think that easy leave just doesn't become an easy leave anymore.
I think the great thing about being what a bowl. And I think
Cricket.
I think the great thing about being a left arm fast seamer is what made Mitchell Johnson so hard to face, is that he wasn't a high 150s. But because when he bowled that bouncer, it either went past you or it followed you. It made it a bit harder to face.
It wasn't I-150s, but it was I-140s.
And he retired quite a few players.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
well bowled.
You see, I just feel like if he comes around the wicket, you can't leave as easy as that, because he's leaving that ball's pitching on off stump, but because that angle just takes it across, it's a nice comfortable leave in. So if he comes around the wicket and he bowls a fourth stump line, Oaks is also going to feel, you know what, I can't leave that, because there's a possibility that obviously just follows the angle of the ball and he's off stump with the face, and then he's going to feel like he needs to play, and he just might leave from the slope and bring those slopes
I'm not
into
sure
play as well.
if the slope is null avoiding it, but what I have noticed with Van Vuuren, he's not getting that
Straight back in.
shape back that most left-handers what makes most left-handers dangerous is you get that one that they keep on bowling it to come in, and then they get the one that goes across.
Yeah, no, it's definitely the slope that's taken that out of play. Because remember, I said a little bit earlier on, his natural angle would be to shape the ball
Or
back,
back in.
but he's combating that now with a slope, and that's what I'm saying. If you were going to take your natural movement away,
So
in
that's
order
what
to
you
make
said
the
is try
slope
to hit
work.
the slope, and
Yes.
then
So
depending on what angle of the slope, you're just either gonna go a bit further across or
yes,
dart back.
but with this line of direction, because Jason Oakes doesn't have to worry about the one coming back in now anymore. He knows everything's just slanting across me. By him coming around the wicket,
And now that you actually
it's
mentioned,
not
if you
just going
actually
to be
look at
that.
it, if you actually look at oh, what a shot of the back foot! But if you look at this, the tracker, you can actually see how it slants off and
Yep, there's a different slope. As we see a change in bowling, Matthew Pollard replacing Dane Pitt from the Samaria Road end. The Northern Cape Heat is currently 123 for the loss of 1 wicket after 39 overs, trailing the ITEC Knights by 207 runs. So, so I wanted this earlier because of how well he bowled from the other end.
exactly.
I wanted this earlier, but I also just okay no. For 1 second, I thought Chris Willis was a
Left hand. I was thinking exactly the same thing to try and hit that slope and then
And
get
do the
it
exact same thing. Yep.
to go seam in and then move away.
Yeah, we just
I
had
hope for that late swing.
a little bit of a blonde moment there. But this is definitely because of how he bowled, and if he finds that same area as he did from the other side on this end, I think he could be a tricky character to deal with now.
But on the plus side, Gerard, we have got it now on YouTube. We've agreed on something for the.
Oh
what
my
a
word!
What a ball! So we agreed twice for the same time now. We are setting world records here, guys.
What a start by Matthew Pollard.
I actually liked him. I like the follow through he's got. He's in your face. He showed real intent yesterday. What did he score? 47 or something like that. So again, you've got a really good all-rounder.
Yep.
With a nice big engine, and it looks like that is the kind of players that JP has gone for.
Those feisty characters.
Yeah, those feisty characters with big energies. Oh, just
That
as
just
that.
goes to the slope.
So
So you see the first one went, and I think Chris Brits played it as if it's going to just jag
jag.
back a little bit. So it just held its line, beats him on the outside, and then this one just then goes with the slope a little bit. So that's what the slope does. You always just feel a little bit of uncertainty. Hence, I'm going to take you back to why I want Tian van Vieren to do that, to come around the wicket as well. Because I think if he comes around the wicket and everything looks like it's going to hit the stumps, as a batter, you just feel that little bit of uncertainty.
You know, Jay, I've been watching cricket for many, many years, and they've always spoken about the slope at Lords, and until today, I've actually understood it today for the first time of how important it was. Because I always used to think, you know what, if you hit the track, you hit the track. And everybody always used to speak about coming on with the slope. Glenn McGraw used to say how he exploited the slope, and now you actually understand exactly how good they were. How good they were to actually hit that slope and actually bowl their delivery. Because I mean, bowling as an art on itself, just hitting the ball to get to move away, now to still bring it to hitting a certain point of the pitch so that you know it will move and do this, I think is really a talent.
Yep. So it becomes a tricky thing to deal with. Wait, I'm going to take you back to previous ball, not the one that went down to fine leg now. The previous one. So the first ball, he bowls, it just continues with a straight line. The next one jags back and tickles down to fine leg. Then the third ball, he bowls the exact same ball. He bowled the first ball, but what happens there is Chris Buster plays the exact line for the slope, and because it does do a little bit of the slope, it ends eating his bat. So the slope does do that. Sometimes it'll go, and other times it won't. And that you always have that little bit of doubt in your mind.
And as we were speaking yesterday, you just need that. Oh, well bowled.
Bold. Very good line. Very, very good line.
I must say, I think at the moment as it stands, I think the Knights bowlers are probably a bit on top of reading the situation and, you know, neglecting that bad ball. Because, I mean, they went from in the first session, they did 13 boundaries, and now it doesn't look like there's a boundary on show, except in the ones that they obviously leaving down leg or something like that.
Yeah, they've pulled it back nicely. That just held this line
And
nicely.
Lions doesn't do nothing. And that's it. Your
We
bowl-
have Mondi
bowling
available
check.
now.
Yeah.
Yes, see, I feel like they missed opportunity. I really feel like Tian should have one over.
But don't
Just
you think
one
that's the
over on
case?
wicket.
I think, don't you think they because they started Tian on the side that they've been, okay, let's try the other side.
No,
So you had the opportunity to do what you said to do in the
yes,
first.
I like that he bowled from that in. It's the fact that he didn't try and bowl around the wicket to Jason Oaks specifically
And use the slope in a different
and
way.
use the slope in a different way. That's the thing that I'm not too happy about. I feel like that's a missed opportunity to have tried that way.
So, gee, we've now spoken about how the slope helps the seamers. How do you then navigate the slope as a spinner?
Well, if you look at young Mondi, look, he bowled the one over before lunch from the Samaria road in. But this is definitely the end for him to bowl. So he'll look to drift the ball into the right-handed and get the slope to give him that extra little bit of turn and extra little bit of bounce in order to take the ball away from the right-hand batter. That's what Ernest Kim did well to the latter part of yesterday and early on this morning as well. Bowled.
Oh, well bowled. And again, I don't know. I think it was flat, but at least there was you know, so it looks like he got some revs on it. Nice, he pivoted nicely. He wasn't just darting it in.
Look, he's obviously gonna need a couple overs to just settle in as well.
Oh, nice. Turn and bounce there. And you don't mind Chris playing that shot neither.
Bowled.
I must say,
Well bowled.
I'm really impressed with the young Monday.
Just one more time for our viewers. We are live from the Kimberley Oval, the home of the Northern Cape Heat. Please feel free to come down to the stadium and come and watch this wonderful final between the ITEC Knights and the home team, the Northern Cape Heat. It is free entrance. Wonderful day out here. Not a cloud in the sky. Nice sunny day. Wonderful time to come and enjoy some cricket with your family. Please feel free to come and join us.
And that brings up the 50 partnership.
That is a 50 partnerships in 62 minutes from 95 balls.
And that's for six
count.
fours, no sixes, and 6 extras.
Yeah! Ah! Okay. That one just skidding on through there from young Mondi. He makes the breakthrough for the ITEC Knights, dismissing Jason Oaks.
And was that just a bit quicker?
Caught, it was quicker.
Yeah.
Caught by Gian Kluter.
So again, varying that speed. Again, varying that speed. And it was a bit wider.
Wonderful by Captain
just-
by Captain Patrick Porter to make the change in bowling.
And he just lured Jason into
Fast stroke.
yeah.
Look, Jason Oaks will back himself to hit that 9 out of 10 times. He's very, very strong square of the wicket, so he feels unlucky there. And Jason Oaks scoring 82 runs from in 162 minutes from 149 deliveries, eating 13 boundaries. Good time for a breakthrough for the ITEC Knights. What a call by the captain, Patrick Botha. Our next batsman in is the very talented and very experienced Grant Thompson.
How's Grant's season gone this year, Gerard?
He's always going to average like 40 or 50. He's unbelievable, bro. Like really unbelievable. I don't think he's gotten. I might be wrong. I think he might have gotten 100. If not, he's always going to get you 40 or 50 runs whenever he bats. I think, look, Ernest is probably the heart of the team, but this guy is the brains of this team.
Okay.
Jeez, unbelievable cricket brain, unbelievable. I love him as a cricketer. He's also one of those feisty guys. We spoke about it yesterday. If he was 10, 15 kilometers quicker, he could be very, very dangerous for the ball. But the way this man can play the game of cricket and the way he thinks the game of cricket is unbelievable. Very, very big fan of his.
He's off the mark.
So he's very good at that, identifying moments, identifying what my scoring shots are, what my non-scoring shots are, what must I put away today, what must I take out today, where am I gonna get my boundary, where am I gonna get my single. He sees the game like that, and not a lot of people see the game like that, but he
So
sees
just for
the game like
youngers,
that.
to all the youngsters maybe watching out there, how do you acquire that knowledge? How do you?
It's experience. It's look. Some people are born with that. I made this reference earlier of the young batter we yet to see, Arnold Yun. I'm also of the opinion that he's well ahead of his age. Um, some people are just born with that. Other people it comes with experience. I think Grant Thompson it came with experience. It's just his demeanor, his character as a person that this is who he is. I want to learn, and in him learning or wanting to learn, he's obviously developed all this knowledge over the years.
Oh well, bold.
Bold Matthew Pollard.
Pollard just getting the ball to tail back a bit there.
But
It's not
he's smart, bro. You must have a cricket conversation with him. He'll blow your mind. Very much like Aubrey as well. Aubrey has just so amazing cricket brain, but Aubrey is not as this is what I'm looking for. He's not as forthcoming or as sharing or as out there.
Oh,
That's a little bit high. That is a little bit high. Aubrey is somewhat of a he's not an introvert, but he's somewhat of an introvert in terms of cricket and sharing cricket knowledge, where Grant is again somewhat of an extrovert. So with Grant being in his company, you get that every single practice session, every moment you're around him when there's a cricket conversation, there's something you can take away from that.
exactly
Where Aubrey and I think their knowledge of the game is
similar.
is very similar,
But how they provide it.
but how they provide it is very different. And like I say, it's a personality trait and it's a character trait.
Like I said, I love what Pollard has done. It's 2 on the money there. He's forcing you to play.
Yep. I said this earlier. I think this is the end for him to go from.
Oh, nice late swing there.
So I could just did this
Yeah.
in the end.
That's funny, eh? Like when we started bowling, when I was started bowling and I was taught, we were all taught to, kind of get the ball to the seam, to keep still, hit at the seam. And now you got terminologies like the wobble seam,
Sure.
getting the seam to wobble and those kind of things. It just shows you how the game has moved forward.
Tell you what, Emil. I think swing is easy to play.
Again, another ball, 3 in a row.
It's these things that move from the deck. And it moves from the deck because your seam is wobbled. The ball just lands this way, then it goes that way, and lands that way, then it goes the other way. That is extremely difficult. I always laugh. So Vernon Philander thinks he's a swing bowler. From what I've heard, he's always considered himself a swing bowler, but I don't think he's a swing bowler.
I don't
I
think
thought he was a seam bowler.
I don't think there is a swing bowler that is a new ball. Because the ball has to get old. We've had this debate many a time. If you are opening bowler, you do not know in the first 8 overs what that ball is going to do. You're hoping it's going to swing out, but where that seam lands and how that ball goes from there.
I'm not going to get into this debate with you on on A. You know how I feel about this. I feel guys know how to move the ball, whether it be in or away. And we always bring up Jimmy Anderson in this story.
Oh my word.
He knows exactly which way the ball's going. I feel that there are guys that know where that ball's going. I told you before, it's about the wrist placement, how the fingers release the ball. But you a bowler, I suppose we're all entitled to our own opinions. This is so good for Pollard. So
I
good.
really liked him, man.
It's the end of the 42nd over. The Northern Cape Heat are currently 150 for the loss of 2 wickets. See, nobody wants to make contact with the ball every single ball,
Exactly.
especially when the wicket is playing sort of.
I don't think it's playing
It's not-
inconsistent.
No, it's not playing bad. I'm starting to get to the word I'm looking for. It's not that the wicket's playing bad. It's the case where there's something in the wicket for the
Yeah.
bowler. So because there is something in the wicket, you don't want every single ball to hit the bat.
Yeah.
And this is what Matthew Pollard's done so well. He's made them play every single ball.
blow. And not only that, every time you hit the ball, there's a chance that you could edge the ball or get out. If you leave in the ball, there's no chance that you're going to get out unless you leave one straight and it reaches your LBW. But I mean, other than that, you can't get out. So, and many commentators said it. The best place to bat is on the other side. Oh, well bowled.
Oh, I feel
Well
good.
Great cricket by young Monday.
Superb work there.
You know what I found quite surprisingly, Gerard, is that if you looked at yesterday's bowling with the two spinners, we got by. There was moments where the difference was quite high. But if you look at Mondi and you look at Dane, they both haven't given anything away.
It's obviously it's a good sign for the ITEC Knights, considering that the one guy is a junior. I think this is his first year of first class cricket, if I'm not mistaken. What a wonderful position to find yourself in, knowing that you have a South African spinner in your team and you can actually learn from this guy.
And I mean, there again, not a bad ball. So who would you say are the wickets that the Knights have identified that these are the key guys we need to get?
Sure. If I'm honest with you, they need to get this entire team.
Okay.
The Northern Cape Heat team
Oh, well
have
bowled, well
batted
bowled.
extremely well the entire season. So I don't think you can single any individual out in this team. As I say, the entire batting unit have been amazing for the season. Everybody's been highlighted. That's a shot. Pick up ball. So I can tell you, having been a part or having been in the same change room with Grant Thompson, that he always waits for that one. So he'll stick to his basics, and the pickup ball is his go-to shot.
Like you said, that brings us to the 43rd over. The Northern Cape Heat is 135 for 2, and we're going to do drinks. And the guys are
So
back
we
after
don't
drinks.
really know about
And
them.
Paula to
Have you done it
continue.
yesterday?
Mm-mm.
You didn't.
I want
You did.
use
That's going down leg.
Like yes, to follow the Dragons.
Oh, well fielded down on the boundary. And it's nice to see Grant throwing his body around, setting the example for the youngsters in the team. Well, so you've been a wicket keeper yourself. Would you ever do the job without any pads on?
Personally, I would never really do it, but to each their own.
Mm.
As we see fallout continue from the Samaria Road end, it's been looking quite good the second day, Emil. What's your opinion on his approach during the
Oh,
innings?
I like him. I like him a lot. Like I said to Gerald earlier, I like the team's buzz. Even when it's going flat and there's nothing really happening, they're still staying, buzzing around. There's still life in the field. Nobody's drifted off. But I mean, at this level, I mean, you don't expect that. But I mean, there's a buzz going on no matter what the game is doing. And I think that's really a testament to JP's coaching.
Just go wherever
And I
the
love how the Knights have cut out the bad ball. They give nothing away.
It's definitely been a strength of them during this bowling innings of their having that ability to pitch it up to the batsmen, having them playing at it. We see with Jason Oakes earlier, he was good on that drive. Obviously tried the cut there and unfortunately lost his wicket. As you said, the buzz in the field is quite good. And I think that's what has been pulling them through these stints where nothing's really going for them, and the Heat's batting are quite dominating the play. And I think that's really what's been pulling them through here.
And I like this. I mean, Pollard is doing nothing wrong. He's not getting bored. He's just sticking to his guns. And he's just saying, listen, I'm going to bowl you all day. If you want to score runs, you've got to hit me from here.
I have to agree there, Emil.
I think if we were going to nitpick, I think it's just that one that he's trying to bowl a bit too straight that's going down leg. That's probably the only negative that I can see.
I feel like there is a plan behind it, but I think it is a bit too straight for our liking in the commentary box. But just crashing one into the pad, seeing what happens there might be the plan here. As the 44th over comes to an end, the Northern Cape Heat are 139 for 2.
And young Mondi can continue. Like I said, I've really been impressed with how he's fluctuated his speed. The one that he got um, the last wicket with, he just darted in there slightly wider, quicker, and lured Jason into a foul shot.
That's definitely been a strong point for them, the spinners, especially in during this innings. That variation that they have, that changing things up when needed, has definitely helped them a lot during this innings.
Well bowled, well played. Shark Statement just doing the fielding out there in the deep.
As we see Monde bowling here to Chris Brett. He's had a very successful season this year and coming off the back of a successful 200 as he hits that one for one bounce four there. Very good there from him.
And Monty just bowling one. It's a bit of a bad land there, and Chris taking full advantage of it. But as a youngster, I mean, I'm quite impressed that he hasn't done it constantly. It's every now and then that he just gets one wrong. Maybe that he's just a bit over adventurous there and trying to, just bowl that perfect delivery.
I have to agree, Emil. His ability to bounce back after bowling that one has been quite phenomenal.
I've also realized that. Yeah. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Oh, and just like that, it brings out a little shot there from Chris.
That definitely seems like the ball that is troubling the Northern Cape Heat batsmen as they are lured into a sense shot, basically.
But then again, I think Chris has also backed himself. He's in some rich form, so he's backing himself to maybe put those deliveries away. So where we might think it might be a false shot, he's actually maybe thinking, well, this is in my arc. And just as that, he punches one out into the offside. Sharks name are cutting off on the boundary, and they get 2 runs. This over young Mondi, this has given a bit away. I think he's given away, 6 runs in the over. So I'd like to see him bounce back next over. And then we just get back to his basics, do what he was doing with the last couple of overs. Because at the moment, him and Pollard are really bowling well as a partnership.
I have to agree there, Emil. I just think that wicket might have excited him a bit more, trying different things now instead of sticking to that basics that he used to get that wicket.
But I'm sure that will come with experience. I mean, he's a young lad, and I guess once you get one, you want to. And I think there he was just maybe over zealous, trying to get, that miracle ball. I'm loving this from Chris. He hasn't changed anything. He's sticking to his guns. He's sticking to his game plan. Outside of,
The one thing I can comment on Chris Brett is regardless of whether he's on 0 or he's on 200, his processes stay the same throughout, and it's definitely a factor that has helped him get the success that he has this season.
will it be a good battle between him and Pollard? Because Pollard also hasn't deviated from what he's trying to do with the ball.
It's definitely going to be a very interesting battle here as he hits one through the leg side.
I think he's just getting that line wrong every now and then, where he's just a bit too straight. And I think that's just him trying to get the batsman to play, because anything outside of Chris is not going to touch ground. We definitely know he's not going to do it. So I think he's just trying to get it, bring that LBW into play, and then maybe it's just maybe his downfall a little bit.
As
But
one
there's a much better lining length on that one.
having basically forcing Chris Brett in this scenario to play at it. Can't really leave those kinds of balls. You're not sure what to do.
As me and Jero said earlier on, or just a few minutes ago, every time you allow the batsman to hit the ball. There's an opportunity where he can get out. If you're letting it go past, that's really a nothing delivery. Not a nothing delivery, but I mean, it just eliminates the batsman getting out. So in this form of the game, they'll do it all day and just wait for that bad ball. Shot.
As that one's hit through the cover,
Great shot.
they will run away for 4. Good
By
shot
Grant.
there. That moves Grant Thompson to 10 runs off of 11 balls.
I think the Knights just need to be a bit careful of doing what they did earlier in the session, where they're just giving away those boundary balls and allowing the Heat to just tick along effortlessly. Pollard has been a bit guilty of bowling it down leg once too many times, and then obviously now that Grant is taking him on the drive. So I think they might just have to look at that because that can quickly turn him to 20, 30, 40 runs.
Have to agree there, Emil, as Pollard runs in for the last delivery of the over. That one hit away off to the leg side. That will run away for 4.
Play down to deep square. And so again, like as much as these two guys have bowled well, they just letting it come unstuck a bit at the moment. Where Mondi hasn't really, previous over hasn't bowled that it is lines, and now Pollard has come from the other end, and he again hasn't done it. So within 2 overs, you've just given away 15 runs. Danger's having a word to the young Mondi, just giving him some advice maybe on what to do. And we are 156 for 2 after 46. And we're at the halfway point of the day with 47 overs remaining of the day. Unless there's rain, and by the looks of things, there's not a cloud in the sky.
Emil, it definitely has been a better day than yesterday in terms of conditions for viewers. It's been nice, hot and sunny. Hasn't been really troubles of wind. There has been a slight breeze, but nothing really that deters anything.
There we go. What a delivery from Mondi. Well bowled and well played by Chris. But that is a better line in length from Mondi. Bringing the drive out, bringing the lunge out. And as soon as you got batsman and the spinner lunging forward, it really helps you because you bring in that bat and pad, you bring it in the LBW, you bring it through the gate as all options of wickets.
As there's a sweep that comes out, cut off there. No run will be taken of it. As we've seen thus far, Emil, Grant Thompson not really afraid to take on the bowlers, and that's definitely been something that's helped him this innings. As he hits that on the offside for a single.
And I must say, Willie, I really liked how the Heat have bounced backs. The opening game of the season, the Free State Knights were all over the Heat and won the game really comfortably. And here we are at the back end of the season, and it really the Heat have really stepped up. They really bounced back from that opening defeat. And here we are with a very evenly matched final.
I have to agree, Emil, as Monde runs in for the last delivery of the over. That one just cuts away into that sweeper position. They will take the single.
And that will bring them on 158 for 2 after the 47th. Or it's 159, sorry.
As young Dion Forrester comes into the attack with his first over of the day. Interesting to see what the young Forrester will do.
I haven't seen him yet, Uli. So I would like to see what's he all about.
Emil, what I can tell you is on debut this year, he did take a fifer. So that will be interesting to see what kind of experience he's gained over the season and how he will utilize this going into his spell here. As Dion Forrester, to start his spell from the Samaria Road end, will be bowling to Chris Bretts. As that one's pulled away.
Just puts that away. Short delivery to open up his account, and Chris puts that away. Really nothing kind of a ball, short, nothing behind it, and Chris is never going to let that go.
Emil, we've seen from someone like, for example, Matthew Paula, just getting those balls a bit fuller. We've seen countless times that the ball beat the bat. As young Forrester, don't you fall back on what these bowlers in the previous overs have been doing? Because we see that one a bit full. I think that might have just been the loosener of the previous one.
I think it was. I think it was really a bit of a nothing delivery there. There was nothing behind it. Maybe just thought if he hit the back of a length that we just carried through. But I mean, a player of Chris's caliber is not going to let you get away with that one.
Have to agree there, Emil. Obviously, Chris Brett's a very calm player. Nothing really troubles him when batting. He's in his own sort of world. So I think definitely that wouldn't have affected him had it carried through to the keeper in any way.
I think if we look at it now, like they always say, once you've seen both teams bat, but I think if you look at the two bowling attacks, I think the Heat probably has just got something a bit more about them than what the Free State team has got at the moment. Well bowled.
Yeah.
Doesn't do it.
It's not a bad line to have there. I mean, if you're missing that, you're kind of in the game. I'm not so sure with that, with his pace, if he's going to get that right. I mean, he's not doing anything with the deck. He's not moving it in the air, so it's a good line to have. But I'm not sure if he's going to be able to outdo a guy of Chris's caliber. Like, I think it's a good ball, but I don't think it's really going to trouble Chris out there.
We'll have to see and wait to hear what is in store for us as he runs in for his last delivery of the over. That one played to the mid-off region. With the over Coming to a close, the Northern Cape Heat are 163 for 2 after 48 overs.
Useless.
That is the whole state now.
Oh, bring the power bank down. What, 30, 34, 43 balls, well?
I think that they bowled a bit bowled bad lines now for the last couple of overs.
Oh,
Monday and Pollard.
is it?
Mm. I think I started with that over with Monday, just letting it go, but he has really recovered.
The one where Grant has
That
been-
one's gone down leg, missed both the bat and the gloves, and it will run away for 4 onto the leg side.
I think the Knights are a bit guilty of just just letting this session of play just get away from them right at the moment. I think they just need to maybe do a bit of a reset, get back onto the money, and just kind of eat those areas again. But right now they're not doing enough to one contain the heat, or two to stop the flow of runs.
Emil, I just think that it's also just going through the motions. You're just seeing if something comes up, what happens. I think having to reset yourself might be the approach here. As that one hits the pad,
I think there was a little bit of bat in there. But like I said, when Monty does that, it really looks good.
I have to agree there, Emil. He's definitely had times where he's dominated the batsman.
Oh, well played
Is
by
that
Grant.
Grant Thompson?
Just came down
that
there,
one?
eliminated the spin, played it down to mid-off. Just shows you, like Jared said earlier, the class of the guy. I mean, for one, the previous ball before they had a turn and bounce, and he just came down elegantly, pushed it down to mid-off, got off strike.
As we know, Grant Thompson, an experienced campaigner, knows how to adapt quickly to situations, and that experience and that adaptation really coming to fruition here.
And I'm looking at Monty. I mean, he's bowling really nice lines. He's playing nicely with his speed. He's just got to cut out that bad ball.
As we see Mondi charging in for the 5th ball of the over.
Oh, well bowled by Monty.
Emil, it seems as if when Mondi bowls in that outside off region, it is troublesome. There is something in it there.
I think when he's outside off and he's just playing with it, with the speed of it, he really looks a bit better, or much better, let's rather put it that way. Yeah. Oh, was that?
As that
Oh,
one is
yes.
given out. Chris Britz's innings coming to an end here. Obviously, Mondi wanting the comeback. He's got it now. He's got the Knights back into things here.
I think Chris probably feels us a bit undone there. I think he thought that it was going down leg. But good breakthrough for the younger guy, and a nice comeback. I mean, he's been a bit loose in the last two overs, but he's really bowled really well. He's really played with his pace nicely this over.
I'll have to agree there, Emil. Obviously, previous few overs going for a bit of runs here. He's pulled it back nicely as Chris Britz's innings comes to an end. He hit 33 runs off of 75 balls, having batted for 100 minutes. Obviously not an ideal time to depart when you're in your 30s, but unfortunately for him, he'll have to.
I don't think any batsman has an ideal time to part. Maybe just the great Brian Lara when he was on 500 runs.
between, let's say, 5 and 10 might be better than 33. As we see the young
Exactly.
Hanu Viljoen come in, obviously he, off the back of quite some significant form in the last few games.
Well, Jerry's spoken really highly about this young lad, so I'd like to see what he's all about. And he comes in at a crunch time because another 2 wickets and this picture looks completely different. I mean, at the moment, Northern Cape beat a 168 for 3, and they're going along really well, but the Knights have opportunity where they can get another 1 or 2, and the scorecard looks completely different after that.
As we see Deon Forrester taking his second over here from the Samaria Road end. Definitely going to be a challenge for him against an experienced campaigner like Grant Thompson, but he does look up for the challenge here, Emil. As Deon Forrester runs in here to Grant Thompson.
Oh, wow, bold.
Good start here in the over from Deon Forrester.
I think he's got that little nuggling pace, and really the batsman has to just has to create the shot from there. So I think if he sticks there, he'll be fine. Grant will probably have to take him on if he wants to score from there.
Obviously, the battle between Deon Forrester and Hanu Viljoen will be quite interesting to see. As that one is hit to the mid-on. Grant Thompson looking very much in control of his innings here.
I think Grant has played really nice, especially in the bowling. He bowled really nice lines yesterday, and under the overhead conditions, he really did get the ball to move a bit yesterday. So I think Grant at the moment has really done really well. I mean, if he can move that over into the batting field, he will have a really good day.
As that is covered off in the mid-wicket region. Emil, ideally, you'd want to keep that strike rotation going, but at the moment it seems quite difficult for the Heat to get the strike rotation going.
I don't think it'll be too much bother by not rotating the strike. I mean, it is the longer form of the game, so you're really looking to put away the bad ball, and the one that is about semi bad, get it down for 1 or 2. So and the Heat are doing really well at that.
As we see Grant Thompson hitting it down to the mid-off region.
And I think much like yesterday, um, Forrester just has to, hold up the end. If he gets a couple of wickets, 1 or 2 wickets there, he's done a really good job. While their main strike bowlers just take a bit of a breather.
I agree there, Emil, and I have to add, he has pulled it back nicely, comparing it to his previous over. Has done well this over with the last delivery yet to be bowled to Grant Thompson. As that one is spliced away onto the leg side. They will make it home for one as the Northern Cape Heat.
I think Forrester was just a bit guilty there of straight a bit too straight there.
At the end of that over, the Northern Cape Heat are 169 for 3 after 50 overs.
And they're trailing by 161.
They can do it. I think they can hit the 161.
Easy.
But there's nothing really in this bowling attack. Because the game then is to not only chase down the score, but then to maybe hit a 200 from that point.
Mondi to continue. He's gone for 6 overs, 26 runs, 2 wickets.
And of course, Emil Monde looking for that third wicket to make that crucial breakthrough that they need in order to swing the momentum of this game. As Grant Thompson hits out away onto the leg side, they'll make it home for one, bringing Hanu Fullion, the new batter, onto strike. This as well, Emil, I have to add, Monde and Hanu will be an interesting battle. We know Hanu likes to bat against spin. So this will be an interesting battle and at a crucial time at that.
Yeah, I mean, as you, Mondi, Anu is yet to get off the mark, so you want to kind of build that pressure onto him. You know, get keep him in the zeros for as long as you can. You don't want to give him any freebies.
As that one's blocked away to cover. Good start there by both Hanu Fullion and Monde to each other. Obviously not giving much away at this stage from either of them. Obviously sizing each other up now, seeing what the other one does.
I like that by Mondi. If he keeps on bowling that line in those lengths, I think he's going to get rewards there.
I have to agree there, Emil. Obviously Monde, as I said before, is looking for that, is hungry for that wicket rather to get that crucial breakthrough. So I think him bowling those lines will definitely get him into play here. As that one's hit to mid on, Hanu yet to get off the mark. Don't think that will really trouble him here, but
No, he's going to be a patient guy. Like I said, you just need to keep him in the zeros for as long as you can.
as Monde prepares to finish his over from the country club end. It's been a good over thus far for him.
That's the one that I think Mondi's getting wrong. Is that one that he's bowling just a bit too straight.
As the over comes to a finish, the Northern Cape Heat are 170 for 3 after 51 overs. Dion Forrester to continue his spell from the Samaria Road end had an interesting over the previous one, bouncing back from a bit of a loosener over the first one, and he will be bowling to Grant Thompson. As we said, Grant Thompson, an experienced campaigner, Dion Forrester, in his debut season for the ITEC Knights, as the first delivery is being bowled. As that one's hit something, and it's not out. Obviously, Emil, the ITEC Knights will try and milk, if I can put it like that, anything possible in order to get that crucial breakthrough wicket here.
Definitely. You know the old saying, one brings two.
Jan Forrest, a good start to this over. We're looking to continue it. As that one's hit to the mid-on region. Good lines and good lengths here from the young man. Grant Thompson currently standing on 22 runs, having faced 27 balls and has batted for 47 minutes. That one
Oh,
struck
well
the leg
shot. What a
side,
good
and
shot by
that will run away for 4. Grant Thompson having hit 5 fours in his innings now.
I think Forrest is a bit just too slow at the moment and just a bit too predictable for Grant. I think Grant is gonna will feel really in control of this one. He hasn't done much to trouble Grant, and I think if he keeps on bowling to Grant, I think Grant is not going to have any problems with that.
Grant Thompson, after that 4, facing again. Let's see the response here from Deon Forrester. That one's hit into
Oh my word! And there's the opportunity.
a second life has been given
And
to
that
Grant
was
Thompson here.
definitely not hard at all. That was a really easy catch.
Deon Forrester will be feeling let down at that, having worked that hard for that wicket. Let's see what happens here from Grant Thompson and both Grant Thompson and Deon Forrester. Grant Thompson breathing a sigh of relief after that shot. Let's see what the response will be here from both batter and bowler.
And I must say, there's nothing bad worse than a feeling than having you bowl that delivery and having been dropped there.
As that
And
one
then
hit straight through the,
And then the reply is a straight drive down the ground.
and that they will run it home for 2. Oh,
And again, it's just those small mistakes that could cost you. So, I mean, they would have taken them to 176 for 4 and the wicket of Grant Thompson. So it could turn out to be a costly drop.
let's see how Deon Forrester finishes his over from the Samari Road end. As he just keeps it out to finish the over. The Northern Cape Heat are 176 for 3 after 52 overs. Definitely might have been a crucial wicket for the ITEC Knights here, having swung the momentum a bit, Emil. Off the back of that, what do you think the response will have to be from the ITEC Knights in order to get that momentum swung to a more even stage?
Well, like we've been speaking, JP is a really positive figure. So I'm sure he's drilled his team over the last couple of seasons into, putting the past, you can't change it, it's happened, let's move on. So I think these guys are going to just go, reset, okay, we drop that one, let's move forward.
As we see Mondi continuing from the country club end to Hanufulyun. As that one's hit to the long off region, Hanufulyun will get off the strike. And that brings Grant Thompson into batting. Emil, thus far, what is your opinion on the fields that have been set for the
No,
batsmen?
I think they've done their homework on that. I think there hasn't been any really field position placements that we've really gone and said. And just like that, Monday again drags one down and Grant dispatches it.
And that brings Grant Thompson to 32 runs off of 33 balls.
And it's really been effortless. I mean, it's not as if Grant has gone out there and imposed himself. He's just been putting away the bad ball.
As Monde looks to make a comeback here after that 4. Well bowled there by the young man. Obviously, Grant Thompson, not unfamiliar to coming down the track, uses it once again. It's a great contest between bat and ball here.
He just punches that one down.
The young Monde, with the last delivery of his over from the country club end. As he advances down the track again, will be cut off on the boundary, and they will get home for 2 runs. Some great fielding there on the boundary, and as that over comes to a close, the Northern Cape Heat are 183 for 3 after 53 overs, with the deficit being 147 runs. Dean Forrester to bowl from the Samaria Road end to Hanu Fulyun. As that one's worked away onto the leg side, they will only take 1 run off it, and that brings Grant Thompson onto strike here. Dean Forrester making some field adjustments here, putting that man from the mid-wicket region, putting him a bit out there, pushing him a bit deeper rather, as he runs in for his next delivery. This one just glided through to that gully region. As Dean Forrester runs in for the 3rd delivery of this over. And that one just worked away to that point region.
Oh, and as we speak, there, Forrester's just getting one to pop there.
Still a bit of movement left in the wicket here, Emil.
There's still some spice left in it there, Willie.
Definitely going to be interesting to see how that unfolds during the course of this matchup between the ITEC Knights and the Northern Cape Heat. As we see Dean Forrester walk back to his mark, definitely going to be interesting to see what he bowls this next delivery as he's busy running in. That one just worked away onto the leg side. Good over here thus far by the young Forrester. Dion Forrester readies himself for the last ball of this over. That one just hit straight to that mid-on region.
I'd like to see, but this cost the Knights that drop catch by Pollard earlier. It could be a very expensive one if we look back at it.
Emil, I have to add, it definitely did affect the Northern Cape Heat's batsmen's mindset in seeing that happen and having thus readjusted themselves in the way they're playing now, going back to the basics, doing the basics right. And as that over came to a finish, the Northern Cape Heat are 185 for 3 after 54 overs, with Monde continuing from the country club end with Grant Thompson to face. Very good start there by the young Monde. As that one's hit over the leg side area, that will run away for 4 there by Grant Thompson.
And that is Grant's go-to shot. He'll put that away all day. That is a cake on a tray for Grant there. He'll have that every single day.
And that moves Grant Thompson to 39 runs off of 42 balls, having batted now for 60 minutes. His eye definitely has to be in. As we see Monde getting ready for the next delivery of this over, having just been hit for a 4. Have some field adjustments have been made. That was at the mid-wicket region, being pushed a bit deeper there, covering off that shot that Grant Thompson just played as Monde runs in and he hits that to the cover region, advancing once again down the track. That looks to be a comfortable option for him, Emil, something he's very good at and frequently does. Trying to work to way through the offside region with 1 ball remaining in the over. Monde being hit for 38 runs with 2 wickets to his name this innings. Runs in for his last delivery of this over. Sometimes worked away down that backwards point region. And the over comes to a close, and the Northern Cape Heat are 189 for 3 after the 55th over here. Emil, thus far, what's your opinions on both the batting display and the bowling display we have here?
I think the two bowlers that they've got bowling right now are not really offering them that much. I think at some stage they're going to have to maybe change this plan. Because I think right now the deficit is 141. You don't want to let that get away with you too quickly. So I think the Heat's batsmen are really batting well. And just as we speak now, they have brought back Langa. And his second spell, he bowled really well. So let's see if he can maybe get a breakthrough. Anu hasn't really faced that many balls. I think he's only faced like 8, so he's still quite fresh at the crease. So you don't want to give him too many freebies to get off the mark and getting comfortable. So I think this is a good move by the captain.
So Langa charging in from this Mario Road end here, having bowled 8 overs, gone for 22 runs, and having a wicket to his name. He'll be quite Excited to be back in the attack here, Emil.
Yeah, I think he's got a big job to do now. I think he's got to kind of roll his team back into this game, yeah.
And just being worked, but like we said, Emil, something still left in the surface for the bowling unit. Definitely looking to exploit that with Langa back in the attack here.
I still think there's a bit of a bad length there. I think he's not really going to trouble Anu there. I think he's not quick enough there to get him into any comfortable position. I think he's got to be maybe slightly a bit more fuller. Kind of bring what he did, like almost with the wicket that he bowled this morning. Get it through the gate, and get the ball to do something. But over there, I mean, this is his first ball back, but that's a bit too short. And there now we're again a bit too straight.
So the young Hanu Fulyun is busy getting his eye in here, not looking troubled at all at this stage. Obviously, having that experience of Grant Thompson on the other end must help him here. As Langa charges in for the third delivery of this over. That one just being worked away onto the leg side. They'll make it home for an easy one. They're bringing Grant Thompson back on strike here. And with that run, it moves Hanu Fulyun to 3 runs, having faced 11 balls. As that one's worked away to the leg side, straight to the fielder there. Langa here, readying himself for the 5th ball of this over, looking good thus far.
I think if you're going to bring back one of your strike bowlers, I think they need to do more. I mean, they need to be in the higher in the but like that's a good delivery, and you've got to be high in those percentages of actually getting a wicket. And at the moment, the Knights are a bit guilty of bowling some nothing deliveries where it's either too short, you're not going to get anybody out there. You're just getting the batsman to settle in a bit easier. I mean, Hanu's on 3 runs of 11 balls. You've got to be forcing him to play. You've got to get him on the front. You've got to get him into that channel of uncertainty.
As Langa bowls
And
the
again,
last delivery of the over, and
just-
that's being worked away. So 6.
And that's a 6. And again, it's just it's a nothing delivery. And I think the Knights are just becoming a bit too complacent, and I think they just really are making it so easy for the Heat batsmen to bat. I mean, there's no pressure on them at the moment. They're not beating the bat. They're not doing anything that's causing any issues. They're just like literally going through the motions.
And with that over coming to a close, the Northern Cape Heat are 196 for 3 after 56 over. And with that 6, it moves Grant Thompson onto 45. Obviously, the young Monde continuing his spell. Emil, do you think it might be time to bring Dane Pitt back into the attack here?
I think definitely so.
Monde readying himself to bowl to Hanu Fulyun. That one's just softly guided into the offside region. Hanu Fulyun not looking troubled at all out there, finding his feet very well in his innings here.
I think at the moment the Knights are just but guilty of bowling these guys into form, or into not that they need the form, but I mean into their comfort zones.
As that one's worked way onto the leg side, they will make it home for one there, bringing Grant Thompson back onto strike here, facing Monde. From the country club end, Monde busy with his 10th over here, having gone for 39 runs with 2 wickets to his name. Bit of a chat there between Monde.
I think that's a really good thing, eh? And just speaking to the young guy, telling him exactly what's going on. Because sometimes he might just get caught up in the moment of just trying to bowl and trying to bowl the perfect ball to get him back out of this. And yeah, just having a nice conversation with him. So you know what? Let's just stick to the basics. Just get outside off. Let's get him playing. Let's drag him forward. Let's bring LBW into the equation. I think we just go back to the basics, just reset a bit, because at the moment I think the Heat are comfortable with this. They don't mind this at all. Changing room will definitely not be worried about this, and Mark will definitely be feeling okay. This is going according to us.
As Monde runs in for the 4th delivery of this over, and that is hit away to the long off region for 1. Are they taking to their bit lackadaisical in the field there, I must say, and they will make it home for some quick running with 2 runs, keeping Grant Thompson on strike and in the process moving him to 47 runs.
I mean, this is the first time that I've actually seen the Knights team a bit, for a lack of a better word, dazed, but slumped, shoulders dropped, heads dropped. So I think something really has to give just to get them back in today.
As Grant Thompson just keeps that one out from Monde. Monde with his last delivery of this over from the country club end, looking to finish well here.
Oh, well bowled, well played.
And the over comes to a close, and the Northern Cape Heat are on 199 for 3 after 57 overs. We have to mention Emil Grant Thompson standing on 47 runs here. He's obviously in it for a big score here, but he has helped the team to achieve that platform that they were looking for to hit a big score here.
Again, Uli, Grant hasn't had to do anything. They've really bowled really bad to him, and he's just put away the bad ball. He's got a lifeline, and he's going to make it count. Or at the moment, it looks like he's going to make it count. And he's just going about his business. He's putting away the bad ball, and again, Anu is still on 4 of 13 deliveries. You've got to be more at him. You've got to be asking more questions of the young kid. But at the moment, you're just not asking any questions, and Anu's just going to settle in at him. Before you know it, he's going to be on 30.
As Langa is continuing to bowl from the Samaria Road end, running in for his 10th over this game.
Oh, well bowled there by Langa. Got it into the things. He got it to dip nicely there. Some nice late swing on it as well. So that is what you kind of have to be doing to Amani. You've got to be asking him that. You've got to get it, get it to seam in and get it, maybe hopefully get it to move away again from you, or even just to hold that line. But at the moment, if you're just going to be bowling that back of a length, lollipops, Hanu's going to feel, hey, I can do this all day.
As Langa charges in here to Hanu Viljoen.
Oh, that's way better. That is much better there, Ulla.
Good start here from Langa. Have to mention Emil Langa getting that crucial wicket just before lunchtime. Obviously looking for that second one. Thus far this over, he has been asking the right questions.
But you've got to be asking it for longer periods of time. It just feels like at the moment they're not. So he's bowled 2 balls. He's got 4 to go. Let's see how he goes for the rest of this over. Yes, that's fine. But you can see the track has completely died out now. It's up and down. You're not going to trouble the batsman with pace. So you've got to be thinking outside of the box. You've got to get it get it to swing in, get it to move away. If there's no movement, you've got to be attacking those stumps.
As Langa charges in for the fourth ball of this over. And that's one being worked away through that mid-on region by Hanufiliun. Hanufiliun obviously being quite strong with that straight drives of his. Definitely a strong point for him. Might be looking to get off definitely looking to get off the mark here with one of those.
Look, I don't think Arno's going to be complaining about that, eh? If he's getting that 9 out of 10, he'll be happy. There's a better line, because if he misses that, with it, just any inconsistency outside there when they ball pitches, Langa's in the World Cup. So I think there you're troubling Anu. Anything else out of there, anything short from that, and Anu is going to put it away.
Emil, as we've seen, that fuller delivery definitely being the plan of action here for both sides during their bowling innings, and Langa charging in for the last delivery of this over from the Samaria Road end, looking to finish well here. As that one's
Oh,
left
that was
outside
nice.
edge.
Some nice late swing on that one as well.
Very good here as we are headed to the final drinks break after this day. Emil, your thoughts so far on this session?
I think I give the session to the Heat. I don't think the Knights bowlers have done enough. And when they brought back their frontline bowlers, they weren't really that effective. So I think at the moment now, I score this 2-1 to the Heat for session 1 and 2. And we'll be back in a bit.
I might be wrong. I think he might have gotten 100.
As soon as you got batsmen, just letting this. Yeah, I mean, as you, Anu is yet to get off the mark, So you want to kind of build that pressure onto him, keep him in the zeros for as long as you can. You don't want to give him any freebies.
But that one's blocked away to cover. Good start there by both Hanufulun and Monde to each other. Obviously not giving much away at this stage from either of them. Obviously sizing each other up now, seeing what the other one does.
I like that by Monday. If he keeps on bowling that line in those lengths, I think he's going to get rewards.
I have to agree there, Emil. Obviously Monde, as I said before, is looking for that, is hungry for that wicket rather to get that crucial breakthrough. So I think him bowling those lines will definitely get him into play here. As that one's hit to mid on, Hanu yet to get off the mark. Don't think that will really trouble him here, but
No, he's going to be a patient guy. Like I said, you just need to keep him in the zeros for as long as you can.
as Monde prepares to finish his over from the country club end. It's been a good over thus far for him.
That's the one that I think Monde's getting wrong. Is that one that he's bowling just a bit too straight.
As the over comes to a finish, the Northern Cape Heat are 170 for 3 after 51 overs. Dion Forrester to continue his spell from the Samaria Road end had an interesting over the previous one, bouncing back from a bit of a loosener over the first one, and he will be bowling to Grant Thompson. As we said, Grant Thompson, an experienced campaigner, Dion Forrester, in his debut season for the ITEC Knights, as the first delivery is being bowled, as that one's hit something and it's not out. Obviously, Emil, the ITEC Knights will try and milk, if I can put it like that, anything possible in order to get that crucial breakthrough wicket here.
Definitely. You know the old saying, one brings two.
Jan Forrest, a good start to this over. We're looking to continue it. As that one's hit to the mid-on region. Good lines and good lengths here from the young man. Grant Thompson currently standing on 22 runs, having faced 27 balls and has batted for 47 minutes. That one struck the leg side, and that will run away for 4. Grant Thompson having hit 5 fours in his innings now.
I think Forrest is a bit just too slow at the moment and just a bit too predictable for Grant. I think Grant is going to will feel really in control of this one. He hasn't done much to trouble Grant, and I think if he keeps on bowling to Grant, I think Grant is not going to have any problems with that.
Grant Thompson, after that fall, facing again. Let's see the response here from Dion Forrester. That one's hit into...
Oh my word! And there's the opportunity.
A second life has been given to Grant Thompson here.
Definitely not hard at all. That was a really easy catch.
Deon Forrester will be feeling let down at that, having worked that hard for that wicket. Let's see what happens here from Grant Thompson and both Grant Thompson and Deon Forrester. Grant Thompson breathing a sigh of relief after that shot. Let's see what the response will be here from both batter and bowler.
And I must say, there's nothing bad worse than a feeling than having you bowl that delivery and having been dropped there.
As that one
And
said,
then
straight through the...
And then the reply is a straight drive down the ground.
And that they will run it home for 2. Oh,
And again, it's just those small mistakes that could cost you. So, I mean, they would have taken them to 176 for 4 and the wicket of Grant Thompson. So it could turn out to be a costly drop.
let's see how Deon Forrester finishes his over from the Samari Road end. As he just keeps it out to finish the over. The Northern Cape Heat are 176 for 3 after 52 overs. Definitely might have been a crucial wicket for the ITEC Knights here, having swung the momentum a bit, Emil. Off the back of that, what do you think the response will have to be from the ITEC Knights in order to get that momentum swung to a more even stage?
Well, like we've been speaking, JP is a really positive figure. So I'm sure he's drilled his team over the last couple of seasons into, putting the past. You can't change it. It's happened. Let's move on. So I think these guys are going to just go, reset. Okay, we dropped that one. Let's move forward.
As we see Mondi continuing from the country club end to Hanufulyun. As that one's hit to the long off region, Hanufulyun will get off the strike. And that brings Grant Thompson into batting. Emil, thus far, what is your opinion on the fields that have been set for the
No,
batsmen?
I think they've done their homework on that. I think there hasn't been any really field position placements that we've really gone and said. And just like that, Monday again drags one down and Grant dispatches it.
And that brings Grant Thompson to 32 runs off of 33 balls.
And it's really been effortless. I mean, it's not as if Grant has gone out there and imposed himself. He's just been putting away the bad ball.
As Monde looks to make a comeback here after that 4. Well bowled there by the young man. Obviously, Grant Thompson, not unfamiliar to coming down the track, uses it once again. It's a great contest between bat and ball here.
He just punches that one down.
The young Monde, with the last delivery of his over from the country club end. As he advances down the track again, will be cut off on the boundary, and they will get home for 2 runs. Some great fielding there on the boundary, and as that over comes to a close, the Northern Cape Heat are 183 for 3 after 53 overs, with the deficit being 147 runs. Dean Forrester to bowl from the Samaria Road end to Hanufuyun. Welcome back to this matchup between the Northern Cape Heat and the ITEC Knights. After tea, the Northern Cape Heat on 199 for 3 with Grant Thompson and Hanu Viljoen in the middle. As it appears that Dane Piet is back into the attack. Definitely a good move here for the ITEC Knights. Dane Piet will be bowling from the country club end to Grant Thompson. He will be bowling to Grant Thompson, who is currently on 47 runs, having faced 53 balls and having spent 74 minutes in the middle. Thompson currently having hit 7 fours and 1 6 during his innings. He will be definitely be the aggressor between the two of the batters here. As Dane Piet readies himself to bowl from the country club end to Grant Thompson for his 17th over. First one being worked away onto the leg side. Nothing will come of it. Dane Piet readying himself for his second delivery of his over. Hanu Viljoen handling, oh no, Grant Thompson handling that one well. As that one goes straight to the fielder. Dane Piet thus far with a very good over after tea. Gerard, what are your opinions with bringing Dane Piet back into the attack?
Well, Ulrich, Dane Piet is seen as the standout player in the team for the ITEC Knights. So what a moment or what a time to bring in your standout player, considering the fact that the ITEC Knights are under a little bit of pressure here. So ideally they'd be looking to get a wicket here.
As we've seen thus far by Grant Thompson, loves to go down the track. Do you think Dane Piet will look to exploit that in any way?
Yep, I think with Grant Thompson going down the track, obviously he's looking to eliminate the spin a little bit there. But Dane Piet would love anytime any one of the batters are taking a chance against him.
And with that over finishing, the Northern Cape Heat remain on 199 for 3 after the 59th over, with Langa to continue his spell to Hanu Viljoen. Langa from the Samaria Road end to the young Hanu Viljoen here. That one worked nicely onto the leg side. Hanu Viljoen not looking in any trouble here, it might seem. As Langa continues his over here, bowling the second delivery here. That one being worked away past cover there. They'll make it home for 2. That might race away to the boundary. It's saved on the boundary. They will get home for 3. Good piece of fielding there on the boundary. Definitely wanting to look to lift those standards of fielding here after tea, Gerard.
And with that 3 runs, it brings up the 200 for the Northern Cape Heat. They are currently 202 for 3. after 59.2 overs. Game maybe a little bit leaning towards the Northern Cape Heat's side at the moment.
Gerard, I'll have to agree. They have been the most patient of the two sides here in this matchup today, I have to say.
They have, yes, and as we see, Grant Thompson is well in the middle of some sort of a counter attack here, just looking to get the game going a little bit. The drop catch a couple of overs ago, how costly could that prove to be?
As Langa from the Samaria Road end for his fourth delivery of this over to Grant Thompson, currently on 47 runs. As that one's hit to the fielder. Not looking in any trouble here. Both have found especially Hanu has started to find his rhythm here. Grant Thompson obviously has found his rhythm with that drop catch. Might have been his wake-up call to just calm down and be a bit more patient.
Another pickup ball from Grant Thompson, all the way for 6.
And that will bring up the 50 runs for Grant Thompson. Well batted there, given the second life, and he's definitely seems like he's using it. Currently standing on 53 runs, having batted 80 minutes with 62 balls faced.
Yep, Ulrich. Grant Thompson just seems to be in some sort of a mood here. Sensing a moment here, a moment for the Northern Cape Heat to take the game completely away from the ITEC Knights.
Have to agree there, Gerard. Definitely as of now, a fragile thing that momentum swing is. Sometimes leaning in favor of the Northern Cape Heat, other times leaning in favor of the ITEC Knights. And at this stage, I have to agree, it might be leaning a bit more to the Northern Cape Heat side, as that one is just kept away there onto the mid-off region as that over comes to a close. The Northern Cape Heat are 208 for 3 after the 60th over, with the deficit being 122 runs.
I think the ITEC Knights will still be a little bit calm at the moment, Ulrich. But the more that deficit comes down, there'll definitely be some sort of a panic. They'll still feel as if the game is in the balance, as long as they still have some sort of a lead. But once that lead starts getting less and less and eventually goes away, we should see some sort of panic.
The Northern Cape Heat obviously looking to put up a big score for the ITEC Knights to chase down in the second innings, seeing as they now know what they have to offer the ITEC Knights with that incredible batting performance they had on day one. As Dane Pitt continues on the country club end to Johannu Viljoen.
That's a big
As Dane Pitt with his second delivery of this over. Anu, oh, something in the wicket there. Just a bit of bounce there. Something still in it here for Dane Pitt.
A little bit of turn and bounce. There's definitely something in the wicket for Dane Pitt to exploit. But I think the Northern Cape Heat batters have set themselves up very nicely and they've dealt with the conditions perfectly.
As that one worked away to the leg side by Johannu Viljoen. The patience on display from the young Viljoen is definitely something he will utilize going forward. Having Grant Thompson at the other end with that calm demeanor of his, as that one just hits the pad, obviously outside, but Dane Pitt with an incredible over here, seeming to trouble Hanu a bit here.
Ooh!
As that one comes off the edge down to third man region. I'll squeeze that one for a single as Grant Thompson is back on strike here, facing Dane Pitt. Gerard, don't you think that this is the matchup between Dane Pitt and Grant Thompson, seeing as Grant Thompson is taking on that aggressor role, and Dane Pitt, the experience from both sides coming through now?
Yep, this definitely seems to be one of the matchups to watch out for Ulrich. This could go. Ooh,
Hardly struck there by him.
whichever way this goes could go a long way to determining the outcome here. I just think the ITEC Knights need to figure something out. They need to get a wicket now. Before things get out of hand, they need to figure out how to get a wicket here.
And with that over coming to a close, Northern Cape Heat are 209 for 3 after the 61st over, and Langa to continue from the Samaria Road end to Hanu Viljoen. Hanu currently standing on 8 runs, having faced 26 balls and having been in the middle for 47 minutes, and the partnership at this stage being 41 runs. As Langa runs in here to Viljoen, that one being just kept out. Very good ball there, very good start here from Langa.
Played very nicely by young Hanu Viljoen there. You can see that's the signs of a young batter coming off from back-to-back hundreds.
Have to say, Gerard, Hanu Viljoen has been in some incredible form this season. Obviously looking to finish that off with 100 here in the final. Wouldn't that be a great way to end off your season?
That would be spectacular, Ulrich. I have nothing but praise for this young man. I think he plays the game well, years ahead of his actual age, and I see a very bright future ahead of him.
As Langa walks back to his mark, having bowled a very good over thus far, ready to charge in to Hanu Viljoen. And that one defended very nicely, and a very nice ball being bowled. Good cricket all around here. Definitely an even matchup between these two at this stage. Hanu Viljoen not getting quite in front of Langa, and Langa not quite getting that uncomfort out of Hanu Viljoen that he's looking for. As that one said, to the mid-on region. Good batting display and good bowling display here. As Langa is currently busy with his 12th over, having 3 maidens to his name, going for 38 runs and having 1 wicket. Certainly looking to work either one of the batsmen over here for that crucial breakthrough that they need to swing the momentum, as Langa runs in here from the Samaria Road end.
But if we just have a look at the situation or the state of the game, if I can put it that way, you'll find that the ITEC Knights were in a very, very similar position when they were batting. It is with them sticking it out and continuing to stay patient when things started happening for them. So the ITEC Knights would definitely hope that with them with the ball, that things tend to go the same way for the Northern Cape Heat.
Have to agree there, Gerard. As the over comes to a close, the Northern Cape Heat currently standing on 209 for 3 after the 62nd over. As Dane Pitt readies himself for his 19th over here from the country club end to Grant Thompson. Grant Thompson obviously very good with that, moving down the track. Dane Pitt I think the first thought in his mind will be looking to exploit that, either getting the nick off to slip or keeper, or getting that stumping. We'll have to see what awaits us here. As that one has worked away to the cover region. Good cricket all around here. Even matchup between the two. Still at this stage, neither one of them just quite getting that momentum swung fully to their side as they Pete. That one's worked away for one. They're onto the leg side. They get home for one. They're bringing Hanu Falun on strike here. As Dane Pete runs in for the third delivery. That one is just kept out by Hanu. Dane Pete bowling from the country club end to Hanu Falun here with the fourth delivery of the over being bowled.
Oh!
That one hit straight to the short leg region.
Tough chance, tough chance.
Split seconds there to actually hold on to that ball, Gerard. Quite a tricky position to be at now, especially this late during the day. The fatigue is starting to kick in. As that one's worked away to the long on region, Hanu Falun will get the single there, bringing Grant Thompson onto strike here with the last delivery of the over being bowled now. The deficit currently standing at 119. The run rate at which the Northern Cape Heat are going is 3.4 with Dane Pete running in now. Grant Thompson just keeping that one out there. And the over coming to a close. The Northern Cape Heat standing on 211 for 3 after 63 overs gone.
And with that, we're going to see a change in bowling as Tiaan van Vieren replaces Langa, coming in from the Samaria road end.
Definitely a good move here, Gerald. I think bringing him back with that pace that he has, and the wicket being
And he's going around the wicket.
and he's coming around the wicket, and the wicket being a touch bit older here might be something here. Obviously, the ITEC Knights looking to make a play here, looking for that crucial breakthrough between the two.
Ulrich, I'm very curious to see how this goes now. I was asking for it earlier for him when he was bowling from the country club in for him to come around the wicket to one of the other batters earlier on, as we saw him just get the ball to leave the batter with the slope a little bit earlier on. Can we see? Well, let me put it this way. I'm very curious to see if he can strike from this end with the line of attack being around stumps.
An interesting matchup this will be between the two, as Tiaan van Vieren bowling from the Samaria road end to Hanu Falun here. Van Vieren having bowled 9 overs, having 2 maidens to his name, having gone for 35 runs as he charges in here for the first delivery of this over. So being worked away onto the leg side. Still a bit of movement here for him. Definitely looking to exploit that movement. Either getting one to hit the pads or just nicking off to either the first slip or that gully region. Even, might I say, the point region coming into play if that one just moves a tad bit away from the bowler. From the batsman, sorry. As Van Vieren runs in for the second delivery. That one just being kept out by Hanu Falun. Hanu Falun currently having batted for 55 minutes with 9 runs to his name, having faced 37 balls. No boundary being hit for him. And Thompson having hit 7 fours with 2 sixes. Definitely the aggressor between the two. As Van Vieren running in here for the third delivery of the over. That one being worked away to the Third man region for one.
Finally.
Fine leg.
So van die ander kant af kan daai enetjie net so van die slow afgaan. Dink hy moes net gedaal het om daai kant te hou. That last delivery bringing it into the 64th over. The Northern Cape Heat are currently 213 for the loss of 3. Dane Pitt still continuing to bowl from the country club end. Currently on strike, Grant Thompson. Grant Thompson down the track, clips that one through in between the two mid wickets. Fielded on the boundary by Tian van Vuren for a single.
That one being worked away onto the offside by Hanufuliun, bringing him to 11 runs there. Grant Thompson to take the strike now against Dane Pitt. That one being hit up into the air.
Chance. Yeah, that's the breakthrough for the ITEC Knights. That brings it into Grant Thompson. What a wonderful time for the ITEC Knights to strike. Unfortunately, Grant Thompson looking for the pickup pull again, just miscuing that one, getting the top edge. That brings an end to his innings. Wonderful innings of 56 runs from 97 minutes, having faced 69 deliveries. Big moment in the game for the ITEC Knights, that Ulrich.
Have to agree there, Gerard. And definitely the moment the ITEC Knights were looking for, having gone through some difficult moments over the past few sessions and definitely reaping the rewards at this moment.
It's also the wicket that they would have wanted because he's the one that's been keeping the scoreboard ticking. He's the one that's been sort of fighting back, if I can put it that way, or counter-attacking.
Good point you make there, Gerard. Definitely the wicket they're looking for as the new batsman.
In is Jonathan Bandia.
As Jonathan Van Der comes to the crease here. Definitely a crucial moment here for both the ITEC Knights and the Northern Cape Heat. The Northern Cape Heat looking to find some stability between the new batsmen, both being in batsmen, and the ITEC Knights looking to strike earlier with another wicket, trying to swing that momentum completely in their favour here as Van Der takes his mark, getting ready to face his first delivery of this innings against Dane Pitt.
This ball from the pit finds the outside edge of Jonathan Bandia. Curious matchup this now once again. Ulrich, we saw Dane Pitt win the previous one between him and Grant Thompson. Jonathan Bandia, another experienced campaigner. A little bit different now as Dane Pitt is finally bowling to a left-hander again.
And Dane Pitt, obviously being in higher spirits now, having made the breakthrough, will definitely want that second quick wicket here. And with Vandia being the new batsman, maybe feeling a bit of pressure, having to stabilize this innings and bringing a bit more comfort at both ends here, with the deficit being 115. Two slips in play here as Pitt runs in.
That is the end of the 65th over. The Northern Cape are currently 215 for the loss of 4 wickets. Just another moment again, Ulrich. The game seems to be following the same trend as it did the first innings of the ITEC Knights, where we have all the batters getting in, but nobody really going on and capitalizing on that, setting up a big score.
Gerard, I feel the big difference is you had a guy like Isaac Tichale who was the stabilizer throughout most of those partnerships and being in there for, at the end of his innings, 300 odd minutes, having that guy in there, having that leadership role out of the middle, having batted through all the conditions, being able to sort of coach the in batsman on where to play, where not to play. I think that is an aspect that the Northern Cape Heat might be missing here as Hanno Viljoen keeps that one away of Van Vieren.
I definitely agree with that, Ulrich. I think they being the Northern Cape Heat would ideally have liked one of their batters to go on and get themselves a big 100. As we see another look at the ball, something seems to be wrong with the ball again.
as we see the third umpire bringing up a potential new ball here or potentially old ball rather,
Yep.
for them to bowl with. Seeing as there is another problem with one of the balls, it'd be interesting to see how this plays an effect here for both batting and bowling side with a newish old ball.
I can only imagine that there's got to be either a tear in the ball or maybe a couple of loose seams, or maybe the ball has lost some shape. Umpires will probably look to get a ball of a similar age out here. All these men now getting in and then someone just chucking it away.
Harry wasn't out.
Not really a long of the pickup ball he's been playing the whole time. Top edge. Maybe just wasn't short enough.
Skied it.
Top edge, sky, good. Short 45. But I think all it now, it's been the trend of the whole game so far. All the batters getting in and out, in and out. It's just
So what? Training 115.
Mm.
It'll be interesting.
If you have a look at the scores of yesterday,
The collapse happened round about here.
yeah, that was the Knights were 273 when they lost their fifth wicket, and then they collapsed. So the Knights will obviously feel now that if they can get one of these two quickly and get Manny in, who's obviously still young, he's been very well this season so far. But if they can get him in here, and once they get, so they're basically two wickets away from the tail. I can put it that way. Because then Joe van Dijk comes into bat and he's more of a bowler that can just obviously just hold up and end. So they'll feel like they're well in this game now. That's why I was saying a little bit earlier. For as long as the Knights still have a lead, they'll sort of still feel like they have the game under control. Ronda's also a big wicket now. So he's been doing all the scoring basically for the past couple of overs. I think should calm down a little bit more now.
As a change of ball has been made, Van Vuren from the Samaria Road end to Hanu Viljoen.
Right down on it.
If they strike with this ball now, the Heat are going to be very unhappy. It has died down. It's a little bit of a deadish session.
Oh, 15 overs for the new ball.
Yep. But like I was saying, that moment, that dismissal of Grant Thompson now is a big dismissal in the context of the game.
Definitely.
Because that just obviously stops the game from getting out of control for the ITEC Knights.
As Hanu washes that, or leaves that one rather, to the keeper.
Good patient cricket here from Arno Viljoen. Yeah, as I said, Ulrich, the game's going to become a little bit boring now, as the guy who was making the plays, sitting in the change room at the moment. We have effectively two new batters at the crease now, even though one who's been there for over an hour.
A bit of a short one being bowled. They're going down the leg side. Van Vieren obviously looking to get some more energies back into this innings. That one being worked on to the leg side for 1 run.
That's also over.
And with that ball being bowled, it is the end of the 66th over, with the Northern Cape Heat standing on 216 for 4 and the deficit being 114. Dane Pete,
Very much evenly poised at the moment.
Dane Pete continuing from the country club, and he will be bowling to Hanu Viljoen.
Unfull on the charge, rushing down the track, hitting that one straight down the ground for 4. Unfull potentially deciding, you know what, I cannot just sit around here the whole day. Let me make the play.
Definitely seems like Hanu Viljoen is trying to take this into his own hands and make the plays here for the Northern Cape Heat. That one worked away onto the leg side, and they will make it home for 1 there, bringing Jonathan Van Dier onto strike.
That one just dragged down a little bit by Dane Pitt there. Jonathan Bandier latching onto it, dispatching it to the deep square boundary for a 4 to get him off the mark. Good comeback by Dane Pitt. That is the end of the 67th over. The Northern Cape Heat are 225 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Tian van Vuren continuing from the Samaria Road end to Hannover.
Hannover, back foot punch behind square. Dean Forrester chasing. That brings up another 2 runs for the Northern Cape Heat. A ball to our left. Ooh, just roll the wrist on that one, or roll the fingers over that ball there. Hannover looking to pull out, just guiding it down. Great stop by the slip fielders there. Dude, I should see. A ball well played. That is the end of the 68th over. The ITEC Knights are 227 for a loss of 4. Yeah, double.
Take his lunch.
Dane Pitt continuing from the country club in. Currently on strike, Jonathan Van Dier. First ball, nice and full, just touched to Isaac Dikale at short cover. Looking forward to watching this battle unfold. Little push to mud on. Oh, he's quite squished there. Allows Jonathan Burnley to sneak through for a quick single there.
Bounce.
At the end of the 69th over, the Northern Cape Heat are 228 for 4, with the deficit being 102 runs. Matthew Pollard back into the attack here from the Somalia Road end, bowling to Jonathan Van Deer. Bit of a chat going on here between the ITEC Knight bowlers, looking where to bowl, maybe trying to figure out a way to get Van Deer out early here. As Pollard and Aubrey Swanepoel having a chat, they're looking to make readjustments in the field.
They strengthen the leg side because I think he might look to go a little bit straight because Jonathan Band is very strong square wicket. Maybe just look to go a little bit straighter and hope he plays around himself also with a slope taking it away like that. It's not bad. gebruik.
Mm-mm.
Ja, die doen een amazing job. Keep at it. Just another change of field there. Isaac coming out from slip going into a catching cover position. Ball to our left. It's obviously in that catching cover position as we've seen a couple of balls ago. Jonathan Bandy attempted to drive and it just went in the air in that direction.
Definitely the captain of the ITEC Knights, noticing what's happening at the crease and making the adjustments needed to potentially get the wicket of Jonathan Van Dier here. And with that, the Northern Cape Heat are 228 for 4, and that brings a close to the 70th over.
Ja, dit is dan
3 of
dis feels lank om so heeltyd te sit.
4 of 5 is.
Hmm.
En kom dan hier in de middag uit.
Altyd 30 minute intervals.
With Dane Piet to continue from the country club and to Hanno Viljoen. Worked away on the leg side for a single to bring Hanno Viljoen to 20 runs off of 60 balls.
See again Ulrich, that second slip coming out again, they're going into a catching cover position again. Maybe they've identified something there as well. Jonathan Bandy. Ooh.
With Jonathan Van Dier advancing down the track. That short leg looking quite awake this late in the day. Obviously, as you said, that slip coming out into a catching position. As you said, they have identified that area and are definitely looking to exploit it here for Jonathan Van Dier.
Jonathan Bandy down the track again. Quick single. Oh, nice and comfortably. Heel goed dan. Slaan die bal om nog steeds. Just a change in angle here by Dane Piet, deciding to go around the wicket to Hanno Viljoen. Okay.
So that, yeah, I know that he's played down. I mean, the outside of.
Yeah.
So ons gaan nou probeer uitwerk of hier primary sweep vir dink is Monday of short leg. Dat die eerste een werk opgelet het, waar 'n bietjie meer aan sy of push. Ja, en draai uit oor werk short leg toe.
Matthew Pollard to continue from the Samaria Road end, bowling to Jonathan Van Dier here. Pollard having 4 maidens to his name, having bowled 10 overs with 24 runs off those 10 overs. Out there by Jonathan Van Dier. Good cricket here from the two sides.
Jonathan Van Dier with another quick single there. Just dropping that one down softly in front of him. Point having to scamper, but Jonathan Van Dier comfortably home in the end.
Dit is wat hy wil informeer. En sy kop dan kom en sê dit is short leg. Ek gaan nie daar draai. Dis kom. Nog 'n keer skiet met bad.
That's a very good shout. Oh, Matthew Pollard with a breakthrough. This must be the young Anu Fulyoon. What a time for the ITEC Knights to strike. That brings it into the innings of young Anu Fulyoon. What a time to strike. All of a sudden, just a little bit of reverse swing there, catching Anu by surprise. Jy gesien hoe dit gegaan. Anu Fulyoon having scored 20 runs, spent 95 minutes at the crease, facing 64 balls and hitting only 1 boundary. The Northern Cape Heat are currently 231 for the loss of 5. Ja, dit is die eerste keer wat hulle gegaan het.
Ek nogal vaardig.
Ek like hom. Ek sê, ek dink
Hy is 'n baie wise speler.
ja. As hy ek het vir hom heel gesê as hy Division 1 cricket gespeel het, né? Want die nou
Ja.
sou hy die keeper was.
Dis nou in die manual moet sweer.
Ja.
And the new batsman at the crease is Motswiri, still a young player, obviously at the big stage now, a final here, definitely playing in his mind here, and we'll see what he does now.
Hy moet as 'n jong speler net kop speel. Dis 'n final.
Ja.
Jy nou net jou inform, een van jou laaste inform batters verloor het.
Maar hy is ook in vorm, hoor.
Ja, maar ek meen is 'n final so. Dink
Ja.
jy nou by jou comfort zone of dink jy so dit sou nie kop speel, hoe speel ek nou? Ek kan nie met my game speel nie want nie groot as kom.
Ja. En dan as something on the bet, dan jy 400 for 1, 400 for 3. It's moeiliker soos die middel. Daar's 'n deficit.
Dit is 'n definitiewe challenge vir albei kante.
Ja, twee nuwe batters. En ek dink as Nadia is Joe en Joe's eintlik 'n bowler. Kyk hy kan 'n end ophou.
Hy's 'n decent batsman.
Ah.
Hy kyk op dit is daar.
Maar
Joe is nie die batsman wat dan rug. Kan lelik so 5 games erin.
nee, ja.
I mean, hy is primarily 'n bowler. Hy is 'n decent batsman, maar sy eerste skill is nie batting nie.
Yeah. But this is a fantastic moment for the ITEC Knights because if they can get a breakthrough here, they're gonna feel like they very much
And
welcome.
definitely that's for the momentum has swung in favor of the Knights. I think, I mean, being 231 for 5,
Still trailing by 99 runs.
and definitely the ITEC Knights feeling like they are tails in the air at the moment, having the momentum now, having got the wicket of the dangerous Hanufulyun, and definitely looking to strike again early here.
They fought hard for those 2 wickets, and they managed to fight to get 2 in reasonably quick concession of each other. So yes, the ITEC Knights, it might be hot out there, not a cloud in the sky, but definitely seem to be starting with a fight back. That's it. Let's see how young Manny handles this. I'm not too sure if he knows that it is reverse swinging, as that's the first one we've actually seen go quite the distance. So let's see how the young man's prepared for this. Watch see my even my watch say get up and move. Sê dit cameraman se terug. Wat ja, kan terug. Ja. Ek het daai gesien daar is kwai.
As Manny takes his mark, ready to face Matthew Pollard, having taken the wicket of Hanufulyun. Matthew Pollard obviously bowling from the Somalia Road end, and Manny will be facing his first delivery of the innings.
All of a sudden, Matthew Pollard seems to be finding something in the wicket here. Just looked like he's getting the ball to tail just a little bit. Very good signs that for Matthew Pollard. Hey!
Definitely some movement here from Matthew Pollard.
All of a sudden.
And with that brings a close to the 72nd over, with the Northern Cape Heat standing on 231 for the loss of 5 with a deficit of 99.
Also, be starting to reverse.
Yeah, the one he got under with was drastically reversing. And then the last 2 was mostly from the slope. But the last one now also jagged back drastically. But the one he bowled under was drastically reversing. I actually thought that it might have done maybe just a little bit too much.
Yeah, that was plumb.
It looked off, but the amount at which it went, that's what I'm saying. I thought maybe it's just doing a little bit too much.
What is this? Is Monty the last recognized batsman?
Yeah, off this is Joe. So Joe can hold up an end, but like Ulrich was saying, he's obviously his main skill is bowling. So if they can get a breakthrough here, or if they get one of these 2, oh my word. If they get a breakthrough here, they'll.
And just like yesterday,
Yeah, it's the exact same thing.
Great work session.
So if you look at how it went yesterday, the game situation very, very similar. The ITEC Knights were about 270 for the loss of 5 when they had their collapse. Could we see a repeat of yesterday? These two teams, obviously, as things stand, seem very, very well matched. Seems like the game could still go either way. Who is going to take the game by the scruff of the neck? It's going to be about small margins. Either team is going to want that small margin to be in their favor.
100% agree there, Gerard, as Jane Pete readies himself for the fourth delivery from the country club end.
Good set so far from Dane Pitt. Nothing but dots. So bold. It's another maiden from Dane Pitt.
And with that over coming to a close, the Northern Cape Heat are 231 for the loss of 5 with 73 overs bowled and the deficit still at 99 runs. Matthew Pollard to continue from the Samaria Road end. As we've seen in the previous over, there's just a little bit of something in that wicket he's extracting at the moment. Definitely something Mutsuri will need to look out for as he prepares himself to face.
Get a short catching in there. Get a leg, a short leg in there.
Dalk hulle net oor sien wat hy doen.
Nee, moet nog niks kykie. Laat langer omkom met wicket toe, laat short leg gaan.
Ons hou op en daai is normaal te speel.
Ja, daar maak Gian Amerika daar. Hy sien ook dieselfde ding. Ja, en daar the change comes.
A change in the field as Langa goes to sort of a backwards point region.
A sucky. It's a leg gully. The thing is, what I like about this is they're not waiting because they can see that he's getting it to jag back quite a bit to the right hand. They're not waiting and letting the moment past him. Oh.
Definitely trying to make the move here are the ITEC Knights.
I think they sniff something here, Ulrich.
Definitely, Gerard looking to swing that momentum completely in their favor here as Matthew Pollard walks back to his mark, thinking about what to bowl next. Definitely looking for that wicket here of Motswiri.
Oh! There we go. What delivery from Matthew Pollard. That one finding the inside edge, just sneaking past the stumps, going down to fine leg, and that gets young Emmanuel Motswiri off strike. That gets him off the mark.
Emmanuel Mutsuri standing on 1 run, having faced 5 balls with 10 minutes spent at the crease as Jonathan Van Dier comes on strike here. Definitely interesting to see what's going to happen here between the two as the ball is moving.
If he can get this to go now to the left hand, I think it will be dangerous to the left hander. Bold. Get it to move from there, and you're in business. Anu.
Vir my sê so sy daai en terugcheck.
Hmm? Yeah, but it takes Alvi out of play if he does that. So he's getting the ball to reverse swing. So this line of attack is nice because you can hit the stumps in the face like that. And if he can get it to go, so these two that he bowled have both been straight, but the line has been right. So if he can get it to either go from slope there or leave the bat again with a reverse swing, then he's in business there. But if he comes over the wicket, he's going to take Alvi out of play completely. You see, so yeah, you might get that. It's the same like Tian van Vuren earlier, where he's bowling over the wicket to Oaksy. He was getting him bowling a nice line, but Oaks would just leave the ball like that because it just continues to go with the slope. So it'll be the same here with Pollard to the left hand. So this is much better because you feel like you've got to play the whole time. See? So good from Matthew Pollard there. That brings an end to the 74th over. The Northern Cape Heat are currently 232 for the loss of 5 wickets. I like this plan by Pollard. Also, once again, one of those bowlers that I feel like he deserved that wicket. He's worked hard. He's bowled consistent lines and lengths. Really did deserve that wicket.
As we see Dane Pitt continuing from the country club, and he will be bowling to the young Motsuri here.
Yeah,
He's gone.
but the games Pitt played for the Knights to start the season, they hammered teams. And then they missed him because he was obviously on international duty, and now he's back. He's bowled well, but it's an experienced thing, man, because he plays with his space, he varies his space, he'll vary the length, you know, he's always making subtle changes to the field. Doesn't just keep things one-dimensional, if I can put it that way. And that's good that you'll see a lot of guys are sort of scared to make subtle changes. They just want to settle in and bowl to that same field the whole time. But it eventually gets to a stage where it's very comfortable for the batters. Nice little nervy moment here for Emmanuel Mutwiri, being a young guy, getting to face an international bowler in a final. What a moment for him. He's, uh, Manny's got 200s for the season as well. Yeah. They've done well as a batting unit. They've done extremely, extremely well as a batting. Really been the only time they've been in a situation like this is when they played
Knights previously,
other than that, they've just dominated teams. But you can see things are
evenly matched.
very evenly matched at the moment. It's difficult if you must sit here and pick a winner, you'll be a brave man. Being a young offspring, you must watch this. It's like I said to Ulrich also just now, or yesterday, the way Saki batted yesterday. For you young guys, you guys must pay attention to those things.
And with that ball, it brings a close to the over with the Northern Cape Heat standing on 233 for the loss of 5 at the end of the 75th over.
So if he tries something and he bowls a ball and he gets hit for a boundary, it doesn't phase him. It's just one of those things. He knows as a spinner, I'm more likely not going to go for boundaries, but he doesn't let it take him away from his plan. Yeah, definitely an interesting change here. Pretty sure I would have given young Matthew Pollard maybe one or two more, considering the fact that he was just getting the ball to talk. But then again, let's see how young Deon Forrester goes.
Deon Forrester back in the attack here from the Samaria Road end, bowling to Jonathan Van Dier. As we know, especially from this end, there is something in it for the fast-paced bowlers.
So you'll see, yeah, he goes around the wicket also. Because it just, when you come over the wicket, like, it just take you out of play. Especially like this, obviously there's a slope, the ball's old, so you're not really going to get the ball to do that. So it's difficult to pitch the ball in line and then obviously get it to jab back because the slope is obviously just naturally just going to take it away from the left hander. So you've got to be a machine to get it to jag back on something like this.
Was it Van Dier or batting in his crease for bowling?
I'm not too sure.
Because if he wasn't in the book, that's a you can see why they did that. If he was batting outside his crease.
I think it's for someone maybe just a little bit of
Unsettling.
yeah, but it could have been. Of his experience, he's played this game for a long time.
Who's this now?
And yeah.
He would also be like well.
So he's not just going to let a bowler dictate things the whole time. He'll try and get the situation into where he's the one dictating to the bowler how he wants to bat. That's what he'll try and do. See there? Just a little bit of movement away from the batter again there. Slip continuing to do the job.
As that brings Jonathan Van Dier to 8 runs off of 30 balls, having spent 53 minutes at the crease.
The borders broke when you hold much was your batting together. That's quite a big 17. Wop out, or played, or fielded. Good solid cricket all around. Ooh, what a shot by Manny. What a shot by Manny Mutuiri. A little bit close to the body, but somehow finds a way to squeeze that one behind point for 4. Get down. Good movement, Langa.
That one being worked away onto the leg side brings Jonathan Van Dier back onto strike.
How many overs did Pollard bowl before they came out? Was it a long spell?
4 or 5 overs.
Because I just think they should have gone like at least 1 or 2 more with him. Considering that he just started getting the ball to go.
Yeah. That one being hit straight to the mid-off region.
You know what? That was also a clue. They must bump him.
Yeah, that's what I was also thinking.
He's very good on the short ball. Né? So he's become somewhat of a compulsive puller. So before he left the Heat and went back to and went to KZN in England, he would constantly find himself in a situation where he's on 60 or 70 and he's in bumper, caught fine leg, bumper, caught deep square. Because he takes it on.
And with that over being completed, the Northern Cape Heat are standing at 238 for 5 after the 76th over.
And he doesn't take it on and hit it flat like this. He takes it on like this. Hits it up. Sort of become one of those things where one of your biggest strengths also become a weakness.
Yeah.
And I mean, what Deion's probably going at 120. So if he bowls him a bump, he's definitely going to take it on. Then Pitt continuing from the country club end. So funny, and it shows you how bad the club wickets are that we play on. That he looked nowhere the other way in that club game. And he looks very comfortable here. And let me put it this way, he looked nowhere in that game and then went on to play for the Heat and get 100. Jonathan Band here just looking to bide his time here, looking to get himself settled in, drag this game on for as long as he can. Oh, oops. Straight one, bowled him, chowed him. He chowed, did you see it?
I saw the video.
Yeah. Very well bowled there by Dane Pitt. It is either the Dusra or just the one that just goes on with the arm. But he deceived Emmanuel Mutwiri wonderful there. See it? It looks like the Dusra.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, why I'm saying I'm not sure if it is a Dusra or just one that just slides like this, is because it could have also just left the batter from the slope as well. But it definitely chowed him. Chowed him. Chowed him properly.
Are we watching a replay of yesterday?
Well, it seems that way.
The only thing that I think might be different is I don't think the Knights will be as stupid to not take the review ball.
Listen, I was actually wondering that, né? Because Pollard was getting the ball to reverse, and then they took him off. And I
I
was
think they rationed him for the Kimberley because there's what 3 overs remaining, and I think they're going to bring
yeah,
back.
I'm just not
You're
sure.
into the bowlers now, so why wouldn't you?
It's again like yesterday where we're sitting in the situation where we're wondering, is it a good move to not take it? Should you take it?
But I think you look at
But it's very
yesterday,
similar.
the Knights were 240, né? And we said take the new ball, and they didn't take the new ball, and by the time they took the new ball, and they were 320.
I get you.
And the new batter at the crease is Johan van Dijk.
Chizzy pretty jolly properly with that. It looked like the Dusra. It looked like it came out like that. And it just.
It looked like it almost like it leggy.
Yeah. That's gone then.
But do you think Manny saw it out the hand?
I don't think he picked it. He didn't play it as if he picked
I don't
it.
think many saw it.
He went back and.
He looked like he was looking here
conventional.
to the leg side. I don't think he picked it at all.
He hasn't bowled a wrong one for the whole innings.
He hasn't. It's the first one.
Experience.
You guys must learn that. It took you 26 overs to bowl the ball for the first time.
You saw bowling go from bird
You was going to go one in swinger, one out swinger, one in swinger.
from the change room.
But that's gone that.
If they get Vandia now, they're in trouble.
Look, I just told you guys.
Yeah.
Speaking about that.
As Vandia pulls that one through the lakeside region, they will make it home for 2 there, as that moves Vandia to 11 runs here, having faced 37 balls.
He's not going to leave. If it's short, he's going to go for it. So if Dion Forrester can get it high enough, it's going to go there to those guys there. Because if it gets high enough, you're talking about what he gets.
And they know now where to see that one coming straight. Coming square. Both moving around here. Short ball.
Yep. So like.
Almost.
I don't know. Maybe he's one of those batters that doesn't watch the bowler's hand, and he just watches the ball. But it's stuff that I just feel you must watch both. You must watch the bowler's hand, or bowled. Watch the bowler's hand, and watch the ball, so you can obviously see the revs on the ball as well. Because if you don't, these guys that are able to bowl the other ball, whether it be a leggy being able to bowl the googly or whatever the case may be, they're always going to chow you. Oh yeah, Jono. That's like. Bowled. Well bowled. You want to settle in there. Think back to Emil's question also. I think it's going to be dependent on whether Dame Pete wants to bowl that new ball or not. I think they'll ask him and say, listen, are you happy with this ball? Or do you want the new one? And whatever he says, they're going to go with that. Because he's going to bowl from that end the whole time. Bowled. Very well played by Johan van Dijk.
And that with that ball being bowled, it brings a close to the 78th over, with the Northern Cape Heat standing on 243 for the loss of 6. The current batsmen in are Jonathan Van Dier and Johan van Dijk.
You see, it's one of those wickets that look flat and look nice to bat on, but there's more than enough in the wicket to just keep you honest the whole time. So you Yes, it's true. You can just bet like you want to, but there's
Ball with your name on it.
yes, there's always that one that's just gonna do something. Just keeps you honest like that. I think the thing remains now. The question to ask now is Jonathan Van Zyl going to trust Joe to hold up and in, or is he going to look to attack the pick now? Bowler, keeper. Oh, good work on the boundary by Aubrey Swanepoel. Good hard running between the wickets by the Northern Cape beat. Jonathan Van Zyl making it home safely. You see, the thing is, he should trust Joe because Joe can hold up an end. Definitely hold up an end. But it doesn't seem that way. It looks like he's going to go on the attack now. The other thing is Joe's also not going to hold back against the off spinner. So he might take the off spinner on as well. But he's smart. He knows if the job is I've got to hold up an end, he'll hold up an end. It all just depends on what the instruction is. Oh, bold. Very slow there from the bit. Same ball a little bit quicker now. Ooh, Joe!
That's a shot.
What a shot. Reverse sweep from Johan van Dijk. Not often you see bowlers play shots like that. Wonderful to see to bring out the boundary, and with that boundary, it is the 250 for the Northern Cape Heat. So they are currently 250 for the loss of 6 wickets. That 250 coming in 78.5 overs. Currently still trailing the ITEC Knights by 80 runs. The sun is going to come through here now. Ooh, down the track. That is 250 to 6 after 79 overs for the Northern Cape Heat. You know what? Now, I actually think they're going to take that new ball. I think he's going to bowl that new ball, and like I said earlier on, just hope that one maybe just slides
Maybe-
onto that.
Maybe
Or
bring
don't
maybe
turn.
bring Langa on from
I-
that end again, and then Matthew Paul on from this.
But I think they're gonna go longer that side.
Langa this side.
Yeah, and Pete is gonna continue on that side.
Continue that side. I would like to see Langa from the country club end. Seeing as he did take that crucial wicket.
Yeah,
To see what he has to do.
he
And
was definitely better from
if
that end.
if it doesn't come off, then you can always revert back to Dane Pete. He's always there in the back pocket if needed.
They won't. They'll see this as a sniff. So I'm saying I think they'll take it. And it'll be a question of okay, maybe I can just get one to just slide on with the arm. Bold. A very good line that from Dean Forrester. But we'll see now what they do. Hey, well done there by Saki. I love his celebration. I saw his picture on the ITEC Nights Instagram page. That stand and celebrate. Clearly see it was a big moment for him yesterday when he got that 100. Oh, about. What the other thing is, I actually wouldn't mind seeing Mondi to Joe as well.
Hmm.
Considering that Mondi will turn the ball away from his bat. That might just be another thing to look out for. Must say though, guys, what a fight back from the ITEC Knights. Half an hour to an hour ago, they looked like they were toiling hard. All of a sudden, just one little breakthrough, and we see the fight back start to happen. Ooh! Oh! That would have been close. Maybe a little bit too risky of a single there. Yeah, I think that's it. So we can obviously see what's happening here. It looks like Jonathan Dandia wants to face majority of the balls. This time taking that risky single, almost costing him his wicket. See that stuff and on. That it was well out. See, I've seen Joe do that countless times. That's why I can say Joe can definitely hold up an end. I think he's just got to trust him. Trust him and drag this on for as long as possible. And with that, 80 overs are complete. The Northern Cape Heat are currently 252 for the loss of 6, still trailing the ITEC Knights by 78 runs. And the new ball is also due at the moment. However, the ITEC Knights have not yet taken it. They've lank gevat om hom te release. Of nie om hom te release nie. Hy het nie getik, hy het net gewag vir die bal. Maar ek het eintlik gedink dat wat hy gehit het was 'n bietjie moeilikheid kan.
As Dane Pitt continues on the country club end to Jonathan Van Deer.
Get down, Saki ball. Well fielded Isaac. That little pull there again from Jonathan Van Der. Time pitch is paying a little bit short on that one. This one getting dispatched away for 4 by Jonathan Van Der.
And with that, Jonathan Van Dier moves to 20 runs off of 52 balls, having spent 77 minutes at the crease.
Shot! What a shot! That one not as short. Jonathan Van Der just giving himself a little bit of room and smashing that one through cover for 4. Oh my word! What placement that is! Another one. This one just a little bit gentler from Jonathan Van Der, finding the gap between cover and point, sneaking through the boundary, through the 2 fielders to the boundary, all the way to for 4 once again. That brings the total to 264 for 6. Deficit currently 66 runs. You see, so that's fine. Because that's simple cricket. That's not taking a chance in order to get the run rate going. That's just batting normally. And that's all right. And then the run rate will automatically fly. But this unnecessary looking for the big shots. When there is a guy on the other side that can hold a bat is. I don't think that's the way to go. Did they? Seems like it. Who's on? Yep. Mistaken.
So the ITEC Knights, as it appears, have taken the new ball. Tiaan van Vuuren back in the attack, bowling to Johan van Dijk from the Samaria Road end.
Switch on music. Ik dink ek gaan hom terugkijk ja. Maar hy is sterk dan. Van hy weet, hy gee dit so, ek gee dit vir hom of so.
Jy moet kan
Hy kan trek.
Eerie.
Mitch.
My brain is wrong. They're cool.
I see Matthew Pollard warming up as well, so they might go seam.
It could be the way to go. As Tiaan van Vuuren readies himself to bowl with that new ball.
Kop is weer mot.
Come around the wicket again, man.
En hier hebben we het.
Oi! Oh, there's a little bit of something with that new ball. Little bit of something. Yeah, it's definitely high. think that's more of a, please, Mr. Umpire, help me out here.
Looking for something there.
I've been bowling all day. Please give me a wicket. I feel I'm just bowling a couple of looseners there first. Body's got to be stiff after being in the field the whole day. This Joe would cricket all around. Here is body feels that. Oh! Very good from Tiara. Did you see that? I just now went the other way.
Mm.
Whoa.
And as it stands, the Northern Cape Heat are on 264 with 6 wickets down at the end of the 82nd over. Currently standing, there are 11 overs remaining in the day, and the deficit at the moment stands at 66.
See, this game is so balanced. But we sort of knew it was going to be one of those games.
Mm.
Going to be one in the last day cruncher. As we have another change in bowling, Matthew Pollard is replacing Dane Pitt from the country club end. Woo, Jonathan Van Der advancing down the track. That one just snuck between bat and pad. Good running there from the Heat. Ooh, some shapes. As I see that one from Matthew Pollard just shaping nicely the outside off. Joe van Dijk letting it go through to the keeper.
Een van hierdie bowlers gaan 'n fight met Big Man.
Ja, as klein bietjie do we wil maak. Proper boring cricket. They do it nice. The wickets ook vat, you can see this sort of laboured celebration. Bold, played, good cricket all around. But it's hot out there, guys. It is hot. There hasn't been a cloud in the sky all day. Fielders are definitely feeling the heat on their bodies. Somebody's got to pick a fight. Let's get something interesting happening over here. Old. Good placement, Joey. Good movements from Aubrey to stop that off. That is the end of the 83rd over. The Northern Cape Heat are currently 266 for the loss of 6 wickets. Still trailing the ITEC Knights by 64 runs. Oh, great effort by Saki. That one finding the outside edge of Johan van Dijk's bat. Diving effort from Isaac Dikale. Running down to the third man boundary. But a big chase by Dane Pitt to just restrict that to 2 runs. He's bought a few. There is his third no ball. He doesn't really want the same thing that happened with Jerome to happen to him as well.
Especially at the crucial time like this, eating that wicket.
I agree. Hey. I like when bowlers bully each other, right? Because us as batters, we normally get bullied. They must bully each other also. They have this little code of theirs where they don't bully each other. They must bully each other back. Bowled well left by Johan van Dijk. Good.
Good morning. Coming a week. You're doing it. Studio. About to apply once again. Like I didn't drink a sip of water yesterday, nah. I had a little bit of water when I got home, and then a couple of bottles before I slept last night. And today you get no water. Cold, light. Good cricket all round. That being the end of the 84th over. The Northern Cape Heat are currently 269 for the loss of 6 wickets. We have 9 overs remaining in the day. The ITEC Knights would love to take 1 or 2 more with them here to in play. And the Northern Cape Heat would love for things to stay just as they are now. Maybe having added at least 20 or 30 runs to that scoreboard would make them a very happy team at the end of the night. Or just doesn't give me taste is just not as intense as that one. I know. Yo. My legs are under the pump. My legs are under the pump. Oh. Jonathan Van, you're just looking for something there. Look at the guy that went down to third man. Just a little bit extra bounce. Misses the outside edge. Still a stop. Oh, another one. Couple of events in a row here. This time Matthew Pollard cutting Jonathan Van off. Or going through to Gian Cluto once again. There's that short ball. Hmm.
And with that, it brings Johan van Dijk on strike, currently standing on 7 runs, having faced 24 balls. The partnership at this stage being 30 runs off of 48 balls.
Hoe speel?
Yeah. Listen, those are those spells that are game-winning spells. But I'm saying now, you can this game's so balanced. It takes a brave man to call a winner from here.
This track is dead now.
But their 2 and their 3 is always going to be the nicest to bat. There's still something in there for the bowlers. You can see the odd one just misbehaving a little bit. But batters look very, very comfortable.
I mean, Joey always looks comfortable.
But I was saying that it looked like Jonathan Bandy wanted to go on the attack.
Mhm.
And I was saying that he must actually trust Joe because Joe can bat. Shot! What a shot by Johan van Dijk. Crisply struck from the back foot through the cover boundary, through the covers to the boundary for 4.
And with that boundary, it moves Van Dijk to 13 runs.
Are you going on with me? You mean Jim Dean was, isn't it? Hmm? Yeah, that's smart. Trust him, man. Trust him. Still looking for a little bit too much. Look, quick movements there down leg. Effort this time of the day. Look at him. That took a lot out of his body. Oh, what a chance. What a chance. Fantastic effort by the captain Patrick Water there. Would have been an absolute stunner. Anybody was going to take that catch, it would be him. Obviously, an outstanding fielder. You know, it's have to say. Buxy, what he has to say about that. First real loose shot we've actually seen from Joe. Nice and composed up until then. Shot. Good. Well played. I'll feel it by longer. I get a little bit higher than that. That's easy to control.
And as things stand, the Northern Cape Heat on 279 runs with the loss of 6 wickets and the 86th overs being gone. The deficit at this stage being 51 with 7 overs remaining in the day of play.
Yeah. Save people. I'm gonna try and get somebody else to come in. Bold, well played. Good cricket all round here. Great maturity being shown by Joe van Dijk here. Oh, well bold. Bit of a lazy defensive shot there from Joe van Dijk. Maybe just losing concentration a little bit. Matthew Pollard almost managing to sneak one through there.
Matthew Pollard currently bowling from the Country Club India to Johan van Dijk.
Shot! What a shot by Joe van Dijk. I'm not too sure if Matthew Pollard attempted to bowl a slower ball there, or if that ball just didn't come correctly out of his hand. But it seemed like he just floated that one up there. Joe van Dijk not taking any prisoners. What a shot.
And with that boundary, it moves Van Dijk to 18 runs, and the partnership between Vandia and Van Dijk moves to 44.
Did you see that? It's almost like when he delivered it to like he stopped. Just looked like he. Oh, unfortunate for Johan van Dijk. Matthew Pollard with the ultimate comeback there. Dropping the length just a little bit back. Johan van Dijk playing the ball slightly too late, getting it to bounce back onto the stumps. Out bowled. That puts the Northern Cape Heat's current total on 284 for the loss of 7, still trailing the ITEC Knights by 46 runs. Forward.
the fiery character of Jerome Klaber coming into the crease now, hoping to stay until the end of day the 2 here, looking to continue tomorrow. We'll see what unfolds here as the last 7 overs are being played out now.
You see how the flow of this game is. Anytime it just looks like somebody gets momentum, that's bah. They get a little bit of momentum, bah. The game is literally going like this. That's how I'm saying it. It's hard to call a winner. But whoever gets any sort of lead is going to be happy. See, the Knights have the advantage of bowling last on the wicket. The only other thing is, if the Heat doesn't get a lead here, they would feel like they missed out a little bit, considering that day 2 and day 3 in Kimberley is normally considered to be the best days to bat.
And that brings a close to the over. The Northern Cape Heat standing on 284 for the loss of 7 at the end of the 87th over, and the deficit stands at 46 runs.
Net is het vaak. Ik weet langs niet. Ik denk zo lang kan je wat alles staan.
Oh, good enough. We have a change in bowling from the Samaria Road end. Sitembela Langa replacing Tian van Vuren. We have 6 overs remaining in the day. Is that fresh? Can I get one as well, please?
Uncle.
Thank you, Ethan Bartlett. Gaan, is fine. Oeh, shapes. Het gaat niet eens dat is fijn. Wat? Thanks, Muti. I appreciate you. The whole world knows now that I appreciate you. Oh, what placement by Jonathan Van Der.
65.
Van Der is unreal when it's like that. What do you think they're doing? Wow. Oh. See this about the comments. Yesterday, one of the comments said, all I hear is um. It's Mr. Rutter. Oh, well bowled. Very, very well bowled by Langa. That one just takes off from the surface, clips the backhand of Jonathan Van Der over Jacques Snyman at first slip all the way to the boundary for 4. A little bit unfortunate there for Langa.
That had been the old ball. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Do you think it's really a good choice to have taken the new ball?
What did they get now? 1 wicket? 2.
Two, for sake of argument.
Uh,
I think still having that old ball for using it for 2 or 3 overs, having Dane beat on the other end would have been maybe bringing Mondi on from this end.
but I don't think they would bowl Mondi to Vandia.
That would be the case, yeah. Oh,
And the slug? Huh?
got a lee shot.
Yo, there's 5 overs left in the day. What are we doing?
Lee shot. After
Ah,
that fall.
it's hier gekry.
Dit kan wees the lee shot. So having that one clip the backhand going over now wants to just get back into a groove or something.
No, not like that.
Could be something. I don't know if it is.
The thing is, in a format like this, you don't need a release shot. Previous ball just went for 4. Yes, it is unfortunate. Went for 4. There's no need for a release shot.
And with that single, Jonathan Van Dier moves to 42 runs, having spent 114 minutes at the crease with 70 balls faced and 6 fours in his innings. Jerome Chaba having faced 1 ball with no run of it. The partnership at this stage stands at 11.
I will pity Jerome.
Yeah.
He might have a go just before in the close of play. Might. What is it? 5.5 overs left. 5.1 overs left. Old. Oh, Romy. Or Paulanga.
It's a staple of a batsman.
Jerome Chaba almost tripping over his own feet there.
That's a staple of a batsman when the ball's fold. It's playing way to it.
I will also pity Jerome.
You're awesome?
Nah, it's Matthew.
There's a shadow shot. So it's better. Yeah. Are they gonna get the 5 obviously? It's a big difference. Ooh.
Stick them out.
Oh, what about Matthew Pollard? Should be quite a challenge for Jerome. Jerome's obviously not used to facing the new ball.
big challenge indeed here for Jerome, but he is the type of character to never back down from a challenge. So it will be interesting to see how these two match up against each other. So
Great shot. What?
as that one's work down brings Jonathan Van Dier back onto strike.
This is a shadow shot. Pick up. That is the end of the 89th over. The Northern Cape Heat are currently 298 for the loss of 7. There is 4 overs remaining in the day. Northern Cape Heat still trail the ITEC Knights by 32 runs. Then pick warming up. They'll definitely bowl. The next one and the last one. Have to go 2 for them. That's out. What a ball by Langa, as we see that one just tail in nice and light, hitting Jerome squarely on that front pad. Trap the LBW. That dismissal puts the Northern Cape Heat on 299 for the loss of 8 wickets. So that's nice. See how we played it. Like Majosi. So this ends. Yeah. I don't know, he's found himself in an awkward position. The next batter in for the Northern Cape Heat is none other than Bashir Walters. Zo'n laatste batter. Hij is gaan short spel uit, dit verdien hij. Maar niet gaan laatste. Seppo, truly. Sure.
It is very formal, isn't it? Actually.
Let's have a look at how Bash approaches this. I have no doubt that he's definitely not planning on hanging around here.
And John was able to go as well.
That brings up the 300 run mark for the Northern Cape Heat, being hit in 89.3 overs.
Hey, Bashi. That is the end of the 90th over. The Northern Cape Heat are 301 for the loss of 8 wickets. It is also going to bring about a change in bowling with Dane Pitt replacing Matthew Pollard from the County Club end.
Moses lost it. Can I step across? Slow step. Down the ground.
7 on a space they might not get all 3.
Oh, played.
St. Peter's in bowling 1 minute overs. There's a step across, Loxley. And with that shot, that brings up the 50 for Jonathan Van Leer. 50 coming from 79 balls consisting of 7 fours. It also takes the total of the ITEC of the Northern Cape Heat to 305 for the loss of 8 wickets. Only trailing the ITEC Knights by 25 more runs. Very good placement from Jonathan Van Leer there. There's another 4, giving himself room again. This time smashing this one through cover for 4. That is the end of the 91st over. Northern Cape Heat 309 for the loss of 8, trailing by 21 more runs. Well bowled, well played. In all likelihood, Bashir Walters just has to stick around for 5 more deliveries, and that should be the end of play. Jonathan Van Leer going down there just to have a little chat to Bash about what's for supper in order to just draw a little bit of time out of the game to make sure this is the last over. Sitembela Langa having a look upstairs there. should be the final delivery of the day.
Nice. Good tactic.
Look at that, David's gonna go away sometime there. Have a 5-minute conversation, PT.
With the man coming under the helmet, I think it's safe to assume one will be looking to hit upstairs again.
Nah, I think it's a double bluff. It's going full. He's going full. Just watch it. I'd like him to go short though, but he's gonna go full. He might go short actually, yeah. But I think it's a double bluff. Oh. Well bowled, well played. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings an end to proceedings here on day 2 in Kimberley, the home of the Northern Cape Heat. As things currently stand, the Northern Cape Heat in the day on 309 for the loss of 8 wickets, still trailing the ITEC Knights by 21 more runs. Things stand very evenly poised at the moment, with not one of the teams giving an inch to the other one. Look forward to what the next couple of days have in store for us. Thank you for joining us. We hope you guys join us tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. again. Have a good evening and stay safe.